watching on Facebook Live on Facebook.com/LiveNowDT and on YouTube.com/WakeUpCallDT. All of it is inside of the Cafe Kubal studios. Cafe Kubal located on 3501 James Street, 324 West Water Street, 401 South Salina Street, and 208 North Townsend Street in Syracuse, as well as their newest location in Manlius on 343 Fayette Street. So make sure you make your way out today to Cafe Kubal and get your coffee, get your hot tea, your chai, any one of their desserts, which are fantastic, or any of their food on the menu, breakfast menu, as well as lunch there for you. The upstate sandwich is by far my favorite. Awesome, fresh, so good. And, I have something about when you put, like, fruit in a sandwich, when you put, like, those apple slices and whatnot, it's very good. So make sure you get out there and get it today at Cafe Kubal. Inside of MonPazPopcorn.com's What's Poppin', we have two awesome guests here today on the broadcast to start off the week here on March 22nd. We'll start it off with Dave Pasiak. Dave is no stranger to the broadcast. Been with me really since a couple days of my return to Syracuse after spending time on ESPN Radio in Orlando. So Dave and I have a lot to unpack. A longtime basketball coach and analyst, loves the game, and has taught so many different kids in our community who have now gone on to teach kids in their communities as well. So Dave and I will talk on numerous topics centering around the NCAA tournament and so many different thoughts that he has had going through it and what his take is on a bunch of different things in hour number one. And then we'll get in hour number two at 10:15 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll jump from the court to the field, and Lakiem Williams will be joining us, Syracuse Orange linebacker alum, after getting to go into Pro Day. He'll talk about his numbers, his showcase, what he did, and what he thinks from here as he's been working to get to the next level. And obviously Pro Day was taken away last year. This year they get to have it. So we'll talk with Lakiem Williams about the experience and then personally where he's going from here and so much more. So with that being said, two awesome guests. Happy to be here inside of the Cafe Kubal studios. Thank you for watching on Facebook and YouTube, listening on WakeUpCallDT.com and on MixLR.com/WakeUpCallDT. And let's get into it. Mr. Pasiak, how are we doing today?
I'm good, Dan. How you doing?
I'm doing well. And Dave, kind of first and foremost for you, broad scope, broad picture of this. Thoughts on the NCAA tournament so far? The women got through a little bit of their tournament thus far, got through their first game. And on the men's side of things, we are into the Sweet 16 and half the bracket, and we'll find out the other half here very soon. So broad paintbrush to tourney time. What are your thoughts so far on that? Because I know there's a lot of specific topics, but broadly, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a really intriguing tournament so far. I think, like, the first round of the NCAA tournament is, it's about the surest thing. And, the only thing I would put up there with it is maybe the back nine at Augusta at the Masters for, just being great television theater and providing moments and great drama and everything. And I think this year's tournament has certainly lived up to that. There's been, there's been impressive performances. There's been, close games. There's been Cinderella stories. So, so I think the tournament has certainly lived up to its history and its reputation in that regard. And then the one thing in the second round that surprised me, I think, like, if you look back to past tournaments, you'd see some surprises in the first round, and then things kind of revert to form in the second round. And, my theory behind that is you really only have like a 48-hour roughly turnaround between your first round and second round game. So that, like, minimizes the amount of preparation you can do, and it kind of tends to reward the more talented teams. So, but, this year I think there was, it kind of bucked that trend a little bit. When you see a team like Oral Roberts advancing, or Oregon State, Syracuse, another double-digit seed. So, I think it'll be interesting to see what today brings, if that trend continues, or if we get back to kind of chalk a little bit in the second round, which has been the case in past years.
Yeah, and I mean, one of the things that we really wanted to discuss today, and you wrote about it on your social media, is Loyola. The Loyola Chicago team and Sister Jean, obviously, 101 years old. Awesome. Seems like an awesome lady. She looks like my dad's mom, and she kind of acts like my mom's mom. So I feel like I'm getting like both my grandmas when I'm watching Sister Jean, which I'm like, the two of them together, how do you bet against that? And I haven't. So she said going into the tournament along the lines of, I don't know why the committee would have two Illinois teams play each other in the second round. I feel like they should have supported the state instead of pitting us against each other. You had some things to say about Loyola Chicago and their seeding and playing Illinois in the second round, so I wanted to get into that.
Yeah, they're really impressive. They just their execution. I mean, Illinois was coming into the tournament playing as well as anybody outside of Gonzaga, and Loyola controlled that game wire to wire yesterday. They really. You never felt like Illinois was going to make a push to take over the game. Loyola, they're just their execution and their composure. The way they play. They're fun to watch because Loyola and Gonzaga, maybe only one or two other teams, they share the ball and they run offense and they do more than dribble drive, dribble isolation, and high ball screen, which seems to be kind of the way of college basketball these days. So in terms of their seeding, though, and the committee does this every year, and it's so annoying, is because they don't play in a power conference. I think the only school that really is able to escape this, and this because they've been so good for so long, is Gonzaga. But outside of that, like Loyola's everybody knew they're a really good team, and the NCAA, when they want to justify who's in and who's out, they always go back to the net rating and quadrant one and all that kind of thing. Well, the net rating going into the tournament had Loyola as the number 10 team in the country. In the sidebar, Colgate was number 9, who's another team that got underseeded. Who was, and then the analytics guys like the Ken Palm, which is probably the most respected. Other team that got on computer ranking was they had Loyola at number 9 at the start of the tournament, and now they're up to number 7 after winning yesterday. But so if you seed them true to the metrics, that team should have come in at about a 3 or a 4 seed at worst. And it's unfair to Loyola because they're underseeded, and so playing theoretically stronger teams the first couple of rounds. But it was really unfair to Georgia Tech and Illinois, the two teams they played, too, because, Georgia Tech's a 9 seed, which, was probably pretty appropriate. They should have got a typical 8-9 team, but they got a 3 or 4 seed that was masquerading as an 8 seed. And, same thing with Illinois. On the one hand, you got to beat everybody to win the tournament. So I understand that. But in terms of, the seeding and rewarding the better teams and the higher seeded teams, like Loyola, as an 8, Illinois should have been getting a typical 8, not a team that's really a 3 or 4, and that seems to happen year after year after year, is that the really good teams out of the mid-major conference get grossly underseeded, and then the mediocre power conference teams get, in a lot of instances, get overseeded a little bit. And, I think that's unfortunate. Like the selection committee seems to place so much emphasis on, power conferences and everything. And I think, this was a classic example of how, Illinois and Georgia Tech, who are both, really good teams, won their respective conference tournaments, played a team that was really much better than their seed would reflect. And so I don't expect that to change anytime soon because of the way the power conferences dominate the landscape of Division I athletics. But I wish it would, because I think it would be for the betterment of the game.
Yeah, and speaking here with Dave Pasiak this morning on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora about different things going on with the NCAA tournament, and one of them, obviously being Loyola Chicago's seeding. I agree with you. You look at the NET rankings, and I saw exactly what you saw. I saw that Colgate was 9th, and I said, there's no way in hell that they're going to give them. I mean, if you look at it the way it's supposed to be, because this is how crazy it is. They say they go by these rankings in the past, they go by the RPI, but then this team, they went by the RPI, and the other team, it didn't. Then it was quality losses, then it was quality wins. Then it was this, then it was that. Then it was, well, you lost really close in a game, but then you won this game by 1, but this didn't matter. But then you did more at the end of the season than in the beginning of the season. They changed the rules for whoever they want to put in. They changed the rules to seed, and I put up the graphic that showed the teams. I actually am going to bring that graphic up here on Facebook and on YouTube so that people can see it. But the at the end of it all, this is what the NCAA, I mean, the committee kind of put things together and kind of showed where they had teams and whatnot. But if you go by the NET rankings and Colgate being 9th, I mean, look at where they got seeded. They got a seed as if they did nothing. They got a seed as if they were a 16-11 team, middle of the road, didn't go anywhere in their conference tournament. That's how they got treated. Not that they won their conference tournament, not that they did anything reputable, but that they were an average team in an average conference doing an average thing. That's how they were treated. And to me, I struggle with that because, Dave, you're saying it, and you're beating a point home that people should already know. If your name is Colgate, if your name is, outside of Gonzaga, if your name is VCU, you're not going to get where you're supposed to get. Ohio, look what they did this year, beating Virginia. Mind you, Ohio a few years ago beat Georgetown when they were a 13 or a 14 seed. So this is not something that hasn't happened before. I have up here right now how the NCAA committee, ranked the teams. So in the field of 68, this makes sense, right? So you rank them through, and that's how they get seeded. So 1 through 4 are your 1 seeds. 5 through 8 are your 2 seeds. And of course, Houston, what did they get ranked, Dave? They got ranked 8th. So they were the last 2 seed. Not because they're not good, but because they come from the American Athletic Conference. And so you go through it all. Syracuse, and this is what really irks me and confuses the heck out of me, is that here's Virginia, who did some good things, but didn't have a great year. They're 16th, right? Creighton is 17th, and Villanova's behind them and whatnot. But let's go down the list here. UConn is 26th. UConn is 26th with their record, and every time they faced anybody ranked in the Big East, they couldn't beat them. But they're ranked 26th in the nation of the field of 68, according to the NCAA committee. Ranked above Syracuse are the teams that Syracuse defeated. Teams like Clemson, they're at 27. Teams like North Carolina at 31. Syracuse was 41. Syracuse was ranked 41, and after that, we see that when you go down the list and you look at the teams where Loyola was ranked 30th. Appalachian State, 68. Norfolk State, 67. You look at the teams at the end, and you see how they treat everybody. If you go down the line and look at the teams that have still made it, this is how the end of the bracket works after Georgetown, who is 47th. Mind you, Georgetown was 13-12 coming into it, only had a winning record because they won the Big East tournament, only got in because they won the Big East tournament. This is 48-60. Drake, Winthrop, UC Santa Barbara, Ohio, North Texas, Liberty, UNC Greensboro, Abilene Christian, Morehead State, Colgate 57, Eastern Washington, Grand Canyon, Cleveland State, Oral Roberts 61, Iona, Drexel, who got totally disrespected as a 16, Hartford, Mount St. Mary's, Texas Southern, Norfolk State, and Appalachian State. And mind you, folks, when you look at this list, Drake won a game, Ohio beat Virginia, North Texas is on a friggin' rampage in what they've been able to do. Abilene Christian, what didn't become a D1 school until 2013-14, and beat Texas for their first ever NCAA tournament win. Colgate played Arkansas hard for, a half and then some. Oral Roberts is a 15 seed in the Sweet 16. So, makes sense, Dave. 48-68. basically just telling them this is where you are and this is how we think of you. The last 21 spots of the field of 68 are to teams we don't care about. And guess what, Dave? Those are the teams that are making people watch the tournament. So maybe they need some royalty fees or kickbacks from the NCAA for keeping it interesting.
Well, and I think what happens too is, the teams you all mentioned, they're really good teams from mid-major and low-major conferences. Then, the 13, 14, 15, 16 are a lot of times they're teams that got their way into the tournament. We're not the best team in our conference and surprise people in our conference tournament. But you get in that 13, 14, 15 range, and those teams, if they were seeded more appropriately, those conferences would have better long-term NCAA tournament records. So you expect a 15 to lose to a 2, even if the 15 should be, let's say the 15 should be a 10 on merit. The 10's still going to lose to the 2. So, but if you put them in a 10, the 10's going to beat the 7 a lot of the time. So, I don't know. I mean, it's been a sore subject with me for as long as I can remember the tournament. I just, I really have a hard time when you see 8 teams in a conference and people that couldn't even finish in the top half.
Studios, we are live in a lot of places. We are live on Facebook right now, on facebook.com/livenowdt.
So that's something that I put that on social media. I said I'll always root for the mid-major team against the Power 5 team. So, with very few exceptions. So, I don't expect it to really ever change because of the way the power conferences dominate, college basketball. And you see the same thing in college football too. They got away from the objective computer rankings and started weighting the selection committee, the quote unquote eye test more, because they didn't like how the objective ratings were spitting out results. So I think it's the same thing in college basketball to a sense. And they like to fall back on strength of schedule a lot. And I get playing a good schedule is important and everything. But this year Colgate's a good example. They didn't play any games outside their league. And Matt Langle, I heard he was interviewed. He says, when we showed up at 9 in the NET rating, I had all these schools calling me up wanting to see if they could schedule us because they're looking to pick up a quadrant 1 win, but none of them were willing to come to Colgate to play.
Yeah.
So it's certainly not. And I get it's a hard job and everything, but I think year after year you see mid-major teams get underseeded, and it's unfair to them, but it's also unfair to the the teams with the really good seeds that end up in the same part of the draw as them because they're playing a team that's really better than their seed and get a tougher game than, Illinois shouldn't have been playing a team that was, like Loyola in the second round, So, and had Illinois won that game, it's unfair to Loyola. They should have been a 3 or 4 seed according to the metrics. So, it's something that I would love to see changed in the future, but I don't have high hopes that it ever will be, to be honest with you.
No, they just have to keep beating them. That's just what it is. But, again, looking at this list, and I'm going to circle these teams here, Oral Roberts doing the work that they have done, and, Abilene Christian, I want to give them a little circle here, and North Texas, I want to give them a massive shout-out for what they were able to do. And Oregon State, here's the thing. I got to circle them as well. They won their first Pac-12 tournament. And when I picked Oklahoma State and Oregon State to win in the round of 64, I thought to myself, maybe I should have picked Oregon State to win after that. And they won that, or else my Midwest bracket would have been perfect. So Oregon State moving on. I love it. We look at where the Sweet 16 is right now, and we look at where these teams are. North Texas, shout out to them. They played Villanova tough. Villanova, moves on. And, they did some good things in that game, but ultimately didn't go farther. But North Texas, was a 13 seed there. What it looks like now is Oral Roberts, the 15 seed, gets to play Arkansas. That, like I said, Colgate gave them a push in that game. Loyola Chicago gets to move on at 8 versus 12 in Oregon State. Syracuse in 11, moving on that side of the bracket. So there's a lot to be said about, what is going on here. Maryland, a 10 seed, they won. I don't know if they should have been in the tournament with a record of 15-13 and not, doing anything in their tournament, but here they are. Like I said, 14 Abilene Christian, UCLA, a play-in game. They won that over Michigan State and then beat BYU. I thought whatever team won that game was going to beat BYU. They're at 11, and so we have that seeding there as well. We don't know what VCU could have been because they couldn't play. And number 13, Ohio. So there's a lot to be. And I also want to look at this beautiful thing and show people the ACC here. So the teams that still remain in the ACC and represent the ACC in this tournament. I mean, Florida State has a game tonight. So the teams that are still in it, we still have Florida State. But you look at the rest of this, and Virginia is gone. You go down the list, and you see Clemson is gone. North Carolina is gone in their game against Wisconsin. We talked about Georgia Tech. They're gone. Virginia Tech lost to Florida. They're gone. So here's Syracuse, and here's Florida State. That's your representation of the ACC. Dave, what do you think about the fact that the ACC sent a bunch of schools, sent 7 of them, and Virginia, Clemson, North Carolina, Georgia Tech, and Virginia Tech all put higher than Syracuse, gone, and here's Syracuse and Florida State. Florida State considered the 13th best team by the committee, Syracuse the 41st, and they're still moving on to Syracuse to the Sweet 16, Florida State, we'll see.
Yeah, Florida State's got a tough game today. Colorado was one of the more impressive teams in the first round, so it could be just Syracuse by the end of today. But, it's the kind of thing like the ACC always is going to get, 7, 8 teams in the tournament. So, if they're truly a power conference, you would expect most of those teams to advance a round or two. Law of averages says at least 1 or 2 are going to advance. You take the flip side of that, the Pac-10 is having a great tournament, and a lot of times those teams get ignored because they're on the West Coast, and we tend not to watch them because they're on late at night.
You'll never miss a moment of March Madness.
Great, because I got the perfect bracket this year.
Best
one I've ever done.
Maybe as many as 5.
And it's busted. Completely busted bracket. Worst one I've ever done.
So,
it's not complicated. AT&T 5G is fast, reliable, and secure.
That's a team wouldn't have been in the field had they not won their conference tournament, and they've been pretty impressive in beating Tennessee and beating Oklahoma State. So it will be interesting to see. And another team that I think, UCLA, I thought they were pretty impressive.
To the national championship, and Weimer, Scarrato, and Smith will officiate. We're underway.
And no surprise there.
No surprise there at all. Coburn taps it back, and fewest points allowed per game, 55. Here's Krutwig over Coburn.
First control the game, too. He's a point center.
Io with 2 to shoot. That's a 2.
Is that another level? Pull out and turn the corner and get to the rim, too. Here's one of their favorite plays, a little double dribble handoff, and look who's at the rim.
Oh, my goodness. How about the pass, too, by Clemens, and Krutwig has a couple of quick basket pass. Here, Clemens comes back to Krut. Took that shot to beat the dwindling shot clock by a second or 2. Oh, there's Coburn.
Some of these things like we talked about when you talk about the quote-unquote power conferences. The ACC sent 7. They had 2 left. The Big Ten, they were obsessed with the committee. They had 9. And Ohio State, a 2 seed, gone. Illinois, a 1 seed, gone. The 2 teams that played each other in the Big Ten championship, both gone. So, we look at that. The Big 12 sent 7.
Happening every time he touches it.
I look around some of these other conferences.
Sticks with that pivot foot.
You know, and
well, I heard she went to
Davidson is getting better again. The St. Louis Billikens, another team to look at that's done some things in the past. Them coming out of the A-10. The A-10 seems to send dangerous teams, and they used to get a little more respect. I know they had a different makeup at different times, but I looked at that. You know, I looked to in the Big South, Bradford. I remember going to the First Four in Dayton, Ohio a few years back when Syracuse and St. Bonnie were there, seeing Radford play and what they can do. You know, so we look at that. You know, there's some other teams out there in the Horizon League. We know that there's different teams that can do some things there. The right states, the Cleveland states as well. I know Cleveland State made it this year in the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference. You know, Iona has Rick Pitino now. We've seen Siena do some things in the past. Niagara is within that too. Greg Paul is trying to find their way. The Mid-American has Buffalo, who has obviously done some incredible things. I had them beating Arizona a couple years back, and they did exactly that. So, I mean, Dave, are we missing out? Are we missing out on more, so to speak, in your opinion? I mean, Missouri Valley, they let Drake in a play-in game, and Loyola Chicago obviously repping that. But are we missing something here? Are we missing been more to the brackets in the Northeast of Bryant, who has two local guys, Charles Pride from Liverpool and Luke Sutherland from West Jenny. They went 10-4 this season. Syracuse had to give them all they had in the first game to beat them at home in the Dome, and they ended the season 15-6. The Ohio Valley Conference has teams like Belmont and Eastern Kentucky and Jacksonville State with Morehead State that have made some things interesting over the years as well. And, I mean, what are we missing here, Wofford in the Southern Conference, by not letting some of these teams in and going so deeply into the quote-unquote power conferences? Are we disrespecting the field? Are we almost taking more of the madness away from Marks?
Has the answer for three.
I think it's dangerous leaving this guy out on the top. Look what they can do. Dribbles right up. Goodness.
Krutwig on the blocks with another basket.
You got to get Krutwig out of this. A little high-low. Look at the cover of Williamson. And look at drawing traffic. Oh, goodness.
They had three converge. Eventually getting the ball swiped out of his hands. Only team's won 15 of its last 16. Had a little hiccup in early January.
Look at this.
Look at this.
Just beautiful.
From Krutwig.
And the problem is that it's an ISO. This kid knows how to play. They're confident of it. Well, he learned that move, didn't he, from his pal?
Yeah. He's passing it on down. Hey, Dosumo with the ball and Coburn. Their two stars are 2 for 9 from the field.
And look how they run him late in the shot clock, but that's what he can do, particularly on that right hand.
Collected a foul. Let's see how these teams close the first half. Here's the three. Loaded up and hit. And Clemens.
And that's the same thing. Harvard gave the bump. Loyola would.
Yeah.
They are
and Sister Jane.
Yeah.
Bounce pass to Colbert.
Pretty.
Now there's the first on Krutwig.
A good thought, but they're all starters out there.
Yeah, you don't want to pick up one.
Yeah.
Just for...
Look at this.
Another dunk.
And they froze Krutwig one of the few times. Let's see if this kid gets going. A little ball screen to get him up. There you go. It's wake-up time.
Extremely hard to guard.
Thank you, Trace. That was actually the first on Dosumo. Here's the short shot, and Krutwig.
Got to guard him. Goodness. Kofi. Kofi's got to dig, and they got the ball reversed when he is in position.
There's Miller.
That helps.
All nylon.
I think no Kofi.
Grandison on him. He realizes that. He's trying to maneuver for the shot, and yes.
He knows how to read that defense. He's always going to come back to that right shoulder. Jump on it. There's Larry who's in this building.
Quite a bit.
Coach and president of the club.
Running the Pacers here. Here's Kobe.
There you go. Give it to him. If he's in there, he's got to get touches. Use that power game. Nice denial. Kofi
Holborn, who reached around.
And look at the way they settle back defensively.
Back they go.
Right away. Go. There you go.
Down to 6.
Use your power game. The same thing on this end of the floor, but it's just that soft coverage.
Wow. Kennedy. Wow, what a move over Miller.
Talk about sticking with it.
The brackets and everything.
This is a guy that's got to get going. There he goes.
Right on cue.
in that the
Both
first
new
round
and
is the
existing
best
customers
day,
get our
best
best
2
deal
days
on
of
all
tournament. And I
smartphones.
think for
Actually,
like
there's no
basketball
reason
people
dogs
and
can't get the
basketball
deal
fans
too.
like you and me, you know, we're going to be
Imagine the
invested in the
selfies.
tournament all the way through the national
It's not
championship.
complicated. Only
I think
AT&T
to the
gives
more
everyone the same
casual
great
fan,
deals on all
casual
smartphones.
sports fan or not really a
They're really
fan,
hugging Norris on that step back. They're able to get a clean look. Look at the screen for an easy jumper.
Yes, they're able to shield off DeSumo, and Williamson took advantage. He's up ahead.
Yeah, they are really good at pushing. If you give it, they'll take advantage. If not,
What a move. He got around DeSumo and then was able to challenge inside.
have a meeting with him. It's a tough bracket, as you know.
You got to follow your heart.
Again, an open look because of goodness. And that kick, but they just blitz it and cover in the back, even though it's Clemens. There you go.
Finally,
That kid.
on the floor, Frazier.
A little bit of the
It's an early drag screen, but they're ready.
Miller.
It's a fascinating.
He wants it.
Ready.
Soft touch. Like you
He
said,
sure does.
with teams,
As we move under
you know, if the
8.
team goes out and whatnot, losing
Circle
that
play,
and
I love
seeing
that play.
and that go away.
Straight by
But I look at
Crowley,
this and I say to
The
myself,
finish, and of
you
course,
know,
the
I mean,
delivery.
when a team like Oral
Boy, they drew one up
Roberts
in that
is
timeout,
winning,
didn't they?
He's
and
so
when
good
you know,
coming out of
when you see
timeouts.
some of these teams,
Oh,
when you
look
see
at Miller.
Loyola Chicago,
Take it to the hole
and you
for
see
2.
Syracuse, and you see,
looking for help to
I mean, because
Williamson.
Syracuse, I know, I mean, a lot of people get excited for that. I know the fan base is
basket,
vibrant.
scores
I know there's a
reverse.
lot of fake people out there too. You know that. Yeah, I had Syracuse.
Over the
No,
top
you
he
didn't.
goes.
I mean, back in
Out of the air by
2003, Dave,
Coburn.
I remember I was a
Nice
senior in high
Beat
school,
it down to Crowley.
and
stay at home because he'll find
picked
people.
Syracuse to win the bracket.
Underneath,
And
directly underneath,
one other
and
person did.
scores.
How about
Because I did like the bracket
Nice
tool. I
little
gave brackets
hesitation
out to
to
everybody.
pause.
We all
It
put them
refreshes.
together,
Kofi didn't
you know,
run
just
the
for
floor.
fun,
He's
whatever.
tired.
Put them in my
Look
book
at this.
bag.
He's not
Yay,
even
let's do
getting
this.
back.
Williamson
And
comes
he
running
like
in.
Kentucky,
It's on
Duke,
the 12.
everybody.
Across the
But
basket, he is
Syracuse, I got
fatigued.
laughed at for like, I don't know, 5
Reach
weeks.
back and get involved.
And it was like, you're an
Center ball
idiot, you're a
screen.
homer, you're
A little
ridiculous, you're
split.
stupid, you know
Tough
nothing
shot.
about sports.
What an angle.
Then
How did he
Syracuse wins,
negotiate that?
the cafeteria erupts, everybody's high-fiving, playing
doesn't
music, and I
turn it
said,
over either.
y'all need to put your hands down.
Look at
I got
this.
your brackets
They lob it
right
to him. He
here.
taps it
Everybody
out.
deserves to give me an
Glass.
apology and this other
How
gentleman,
about that
and the
moment?
rest of y'all need to go sit in the
Quicker,
corner.
let's get away
I
from
mean,
the ball
it's
screen,
there's
to be
also
honest
the
with you.
fake fan thing, Dave.
Come
There's
on.
also those people going out, oh yeah, I said
pass.
Joe Girard was a great guy.
This
Oh,
is
Buddy,
madness.
I love Buddy. So, I
got
mean,
a
what are your
timeout.
thoughts on that aspect of it? Because
There's a fight in the
you've
line. I
seen
need
it
to
as a
show some
coach,
fight
you know,
here in the last
your team
minute.
might struggle, then you
40
guys do
seconds,
well, and then
turnaround.
people kind of
Yes.
show up, and
So
you know,
tough.
coaches
Give it
have
up
told
on
me
play.
before, like,
What a great
listen,
job.
I'll talk
Incredible.
to the media and I'll address this and that. When 20 of them want to come over, I'll never forget one of the coaches said to me,
Another
she said,
fairy
Dan,
tale
when we were
ride
winning,
is
20
underway
people came, and of
for
course I'm going to do the
Chicago.
interview. You know, good for us, good
Both
for the
new and
university,
existing
I'll do
customers
it.
get our
But
best
she said,
deal
you
on
ever
all
need anything, you come
smartphones.
right into my office, no questions
Actually, there's
asked,
no reason
because you were
dogs
here
can't
when
get the
nobody
deal,
else
too.
was. So, what is your take on the
It's not complicated.
people
Only
that
AT&T gives everyone
during,
the same great
especially
deals on
this
all
time of
smartphones.
year, you know, the bandwagon seems to get weighted down with some more people?
Oh, there's no question about it. I think every school that advances, their bandwagon gets bigger and bigger every round.
A good year was 2017 for Florida. Second place finish in the SEC in the regular season. Mike White finishing as the SEC Coach of the Year. And the tip goes to Appleby.
And Lisa, right now, you see the Gators with a little 1-2-2 pressure, but that really gets you out of whack and gives up a lot of threes. So they got to make sure they can stop the three and also the drive by Kevin O'Banner.
30 points that he had in the last meeting. Virginia Tech, a 75-70 victory here for Florida, and ringing it up from deep is Trey Mann. Not wasting any time on the Gator. To the corner. Speaking of logo, A-Smiths. Nothing but net.
I know you have to make a decision if you're a Gator defender, but I think I would have stayed with Max because he could flat out shoot it and lead the score.
The rain and threes here to start.
Right in your mug.
Part of what makes them go. Castleton with the offensive rebound and put back for his first point. Appleby for the last 13 minutes. Some of the other players had to play added minutes because of that. Finger roll finish there for A-Smiths.
You have to stop the basketball, but that's what makes this Golden Eagles offense extremely tough to guard.
Locke will pull up from the mid-range, and he is 2 for 2 here to start.
Like what was said about Team Williams and Ohio State that missed the the free throw at the end of it.
O'Banner for three. Man, oh man, the shooters are on fire here to start. And that team actually shot about 5,000 shots. And so he built that to outwork even the 5,000 shots to get up to the 20,000. And there's man with her runner.
Love defensively how the Golden Eagles are not known for their defense, but they're doing a nice job right now, contesting shots, boxing out.
So I just think
they're patient.
Sometimes
this guy, he's not. He's getting to the cup.
He's thinking score all the way.
I love the way he's understanding that the Gators are trying to take away his jump shot. But he has the ability right now to get to the paint. And they talked about his freshman year. He wanted to work off the dribble a little bit more. Start to rush a little bit.
O'Banner backing down. He had the double team coming. Golden Eagles get out of it. The whistle, count the bucket. Oh, that was pretty by Sheldon Stevens.
It's a tough double team to throw out when the defender's coming from the baseline.
And three to shoot here for man with the pull-up. He had that red all the way.
Scotty Lewis is in the game right now for the Gators. This is an athlete that brings a whole bunch of energy.
Oh, yeah, high off the glass. Nicely placed for Kareem Thompson that time. Castleton was like, thank you very much. Right place, right time. Castleton with the tip, no. Duranci stays with it for two.
That putting the madness in March
they can
not
get
a great
paint
way.
touches, whether it's off the pass or off the dribble.
And again, people don't educate themselves. Oral Roberts,
shovel pass, beautifully
Max,
done to Castleton.
Number 3 on the team. He's the nation's leading scorer with 24.2 points a game. Not only that, the Golden Eagles lead all D1 teams in three-pointers made per game with 11.3. And they lead the nation in free throw percentage with 82.4%. So when people, how did Oral Roberts win our 15 seed? It goes back to our statement of seeding. Why were they seeded so low when you look at this and say, you lead in threes, you lead in free throw percentage, and you got the nation's top scorer? I mean, Boeheim said it to me in the question that I asked him. I asked him about a couple things, and he expanded into a lot of areas that I really would love to hear what he had to say. And his answer to mine, and again, when we talk about the madness of things in general, I want to thank the media for carrying Boeheim's answer and using it as their own around the country and around the world. I woke up Sunday morning to Sports Illustrated using my information to their advantage. And the sportscasters during the Syracuse game yesterday did the same thing, like they had asked him the question, apparently. But Boeheim, when I asked him about playing through a pandemic and just getting to have a tournament and then seeing the fans in the stands, he answered all of that. And then he expanded and went farther into men's and women's sports, the discrepancy of things going on, how he believed that that the NCAA would correct it and make it better. He also, spoke on name, image, and likeness, and he talked about Oral Roberts, and he said those might be the best two guards in the country.
My goodness!
So there's something to be said about
the AT&T 5G takes us above the rim for one of the best plays of the night.
Paying attention. And people like Jim Boeheim, who've been around coaching for 45 years, and is not saying I don't know any. Listen, these are like the two best guards in the tournament right now. So there's definitely something to be said about respect for that. And respect is something that sometimes is fleeting. So we'll take a step aside for a fast break. When we come back, Dave and I will continue our conversation on the NCAA tournament and hit some other topics here that are on our mind this morning. So stay with us right here with Sports Meets Life on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora. You're inside the Cafe Football Studios, watching live on Facebook as well as on YouTube, and of course listening on MixLR and on WakeUpCallDT.com.
Too easy. Here's man. Duranci coming over to the screen. Out from up top, Appleby. Nothing.
In these unique times, there are those in our community that give us a sense of normalcy and positivity. Pizza Man on 50 Oswego Street in Baldwinsville has been here for you for over 35 years and is here now. Call 315-638-1234 or order online at pizzamanbville.com to bring those familiar tastes into your home. And remember to come see our monthly on-site broadcasts centered around the community and our Baldwinsville Bees. Pizza Man in Baldwinsville. Any way you slice it, they are always here for you.
I'm George Townsend of Honda City with some good advice when buying a new car. The true cost of owning a new car is determined by the appraised value when you trade it. No vehicle appraises higher than a Honda. Next, look for low APRs and deep discounts. You also want low maintenance costs and great fuel economy. That's why my advice to you is to buy a new Honda. Looking pre-owned, visit our Honda Certified Used Car Center. Honda City, 7140 Henry Clay Boulevard, Liverpool, or HondaCity-CNY.com.
It would be a pity if you don't shop at Honda City.
This is Jimmer Sikowski, owner-operator of Chick-fil-A Cicero, 7916 Brewerton Road in Cicero, right in front of the Home Depot. I had a deep feeling that God wanted me to do something bigger with my life and to help people, help others. I kept putting Chick-fil-A in my life, and I realized as I was going through the franchise selection process that positively impacting the lives of others was really core to what we do here at Chick-fil-A. First of all, it starts with the food. The food is brought in fresh daily. We bring in local produce. We prepare it to order in the kitchen. We hand bread our chicken. We hand spin our milkshakes. It's great food. It doesn't taste like fast food. I think the second thing is the way people feel when they come in a Chick-fil-A restaurant. It's different. We try to treat people with intentional kindness here, which is very different and deeper than good customer service. And so I think it feels remarkable for most people to come in a Chick-fil-A restaurant. And then lastly, the impact that we try to have in the community is very different. It's a big part of the expectation of every operator of a Chick-fil-A restaurant is that they're actively engaged in their community, they're a leader in the community, and they're making a difference. When they realize that what we're striving to do is to shine a little light in their life, that's a very, very different experience than you will have in any other quick service restaurant. And it's that remarkable experience that I think people will emotionally connect with.
Welcome back here to Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora on wakeupcalldt.com, your one-stop sports shop, and on mixlr.com/wakeupcalldt. Proud to be here with you every Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern Time, hanging out inside of the Cafe Kubal Studios. Cafe Kubal with 5 locations. You can get out to them in 3501 James Street, 324 West Water Street, 208 North Townsend Street, and 401 South Salina Street in Syracuse. And, of course, you can go out to their newest location in Manlius, the behemoth of a building. That's the place where all the roads kind of converge in Manlius. You'll see that brown-striped building, and that is their newest one on 343 Fayette Street in Manlius, New York for Cafe Kubal. So make sure you fill your cup with whatever you'd like today. I will be going over there and getting my chai, so I definitely appreciate them for that. I need to warm up a little bit, but not too much, because this weather's been pretty fantastic, and I've enjoyed it very much so. So with that being stated, speaking of enjoyment, and always enjoying my conversations with Dave Pasiak, he's here with us talking about the NCAA tournament. Dave, I said before the break that when I spoke with Jim Boeheim going into, within the last couple days here, I had the opportunity to talk with him about a bunch of different things, and I am so grateful that he answered my question. It was funny how it happened, because he almost answered all the questions I didn't get to ask for the last couple months. So it was like I asked him 2 questions, but he gave me 9. And the responses that I got from him, and I've, thankfully, professionally, for the last, decade that I have spoken with him, really. I mean, I feel we have definitely built a good relationship. And I always appreciate the time that we get to talk, the time he's given me in his office, and kind of aside, and obviously in press conferences and whatnot. So Jim and I got to speak on what was going on in men's and women's sports. Obviously, Oregon is what kind of started this this spotlight. So what are your thoughts on this? Because I know that your take on it is interesting and unique because there's a discrepancy between men's and women's sports, but there's also a discrepancy between Division 1, 2, and 3. So as much as women in D1 are treated unfairly, men and women in D2 and 3 are also kind of forgotten and don't even get to play tournaments. So there's this discrepancy right now with gender, and then there's also a discrepancy within division. So the NCAA, which it seems like is a normal thing now, is fighting on a lot of different fronts right now, trying to put some fires out.
Yeah, it's, you know, and I certainly respect the, you know, the position of, you know, the women's basketball, Division I women's basketball community, in their fight to get, I guess, equality of amenities, I guess I'll put it, you know, in terms of swag and setup and those kind of things. You know, so on one level, I get that. On another level, one of the things that tweaks me a little bit is that at times it comes off with a sense of entitlement. You know, from it's just like the, you know, the argument about how tough the Division I athletes have it. Well, the Division I athletes have it a lot better than the kids at Division II and especially the kids at Division III, who, I mean, I think the Division III kids have no tournament to look forward to this year. And I mean, we were fortunate where I am that we were able to play 10 games, and that's on the high side for Division III schools in the Northeast. You know, so I think if you talk to Division III athletes, they would gladly accept what the Division I women's basketball people are being provided, or a fraction of that, even, to, you know, to have the opportunity to compete and to have a postseason tournament, an NCAA tournament. So, you know, I certainly respect the argument that the NCAA needs to look at providing the same experiences for men and women, but I also struggle with when it's when it comes across and it's presented with a sense of entitlement. You know, that bothers me. You know, kind of the same thing with the name, image, and likeness argument. You know, you'll get people saying, you know, the players are entitled to be paid on the men's side because of the revenue that's coming in. Well, the players get treated pretty well as far as, you know, how they're treated on campus, the fact that they're going to school for expense-free on a full scholarship. And in the case of the elite players, they're using their college experience to build their brand. Like the Preston DeGard from Ohio, I think his story, because he's at Ohio and is a college basketball player, is helping build his brand. And, you know, if he is able to take his game to the NBA, I think that has helped his, you know, his identity and made him more marketable. You know, my counter argument to the pay the players thing, and I'm more and more in the minority on this every year about the pay the players, but, you know, what's valuable in college athletics? Like, you know, there's an avenue where guys coming out of high school, they can go to the D League, they can go to play overseas and whatnot. If they want to generate an income, what they're gaining by playing in college in terms of building their brand has significant value. Like, if you took the top 100 players.
Buddy, Dan Tortora here with you inside of the Cafe Kubal studios. We are live in a lot of places. We are live on
the EuroLeague or whatever. You would still have people all over America filling out brackets and watching the NCAA tournament, and nobody would be watching the D-League games on TV. So, you know, so there's value in the name on the front of the jersey. You know, I think that that creates value to the student athletes and into their brand going forward. So, I don't think it's as simple an argument as people try to make it about, all this money's coming in, the players should get part of it. Nobody's really figured that out.
Yeah, and Jim actually talked about that in the answer to my question and brought up the fact that, it is, some things are going to have to be figured out, because there are going to be unintentional consequences to creating something like that. I've asked a lot of questions with name, image, and likeness. I have asked the question of, okay, so what happens when, is it going to be the same for, D1, D2, and D3? You know what I mean? Is it going to be carried the same? And how are you going to, and you look at schools that have more of a, like you said, utilizing the name on the front, if they do that for name, image, and likeness, how many schools are going to benefit more from that, get more money? Then I said, what about the starting quarterback, right? And one of the receivers gets $100,000 and another receiver gets $50,000. And then the person, the car company paying that receiver says, hey, you know what? I'm going to become a booster if I'm not already. I'm going to go to the coach and say, listen, we're paying him $100,000. He needs to catch the passes. He needs to be on the highlight reel because that sells my cars. So there's that. There's the infighting of players saying, what if they're a quarterback on a team and they get $40,000 and the other quarterback gets $51,000, and now it's like, well, and it's from the same company. So I think it can cause infighting. I think it can cause, obviously, show a discrepancy. Different schools in different states have different money to spend. Different cities have more opportunities. So a small town in Idaho versus like Dallas is going to obviously create some differences here, and somebody at SMU might be able to do a heck of a lot more than somebody in Idaho or North Dakota State and whatnot. So I mean, the name, image, and likeness, I understand that a non-profit organization, which I laughably call, that's what the NCAA calls themselves, but they make billions of dollars off the backs of the players. So it's like there needs to be some type of change. But Dave, this is going to cause issues. This is going to cause teams to fight. This is going to cause arguments. This is going to cause potentially more people thinking that they're owed something. This is going to create ego if it's not already there. So there's a very slippery slope to name, image, and likeness. And as I said before, I understand the player side of it. I understand how it's been at this point. I see both sides of the argument, and because I think that that's the only way you can really figure things out and compromise is to see both sides of it to the best of your ability. So I've tried to see both sides. And at the same time, I know that even if this works for the players, it is going to cause issues. And there are people that are going to be involved in athletics now that are maybe going to try and move things in a certain way. And I just, whenever money's involved, Dave, there can be a problem. We all know that.
Yeah, and, kind of tying it back into like what's going on now with the women's basketball world trying to get to equal footing with the men's basketball world in Division I. You're going to create issues there. You have a sponsor or booster or whatnot to your athletic program, and they're going to come up with a name, image, and likeness deal for the star point guard on the men's team. Well, the star point guard on the women's team probably isn't going to get the same deal.
What you can say about, at the beginning of the season, we were wondering what it was going to look like, what it was going to feel like. You guys had starts and stops. Bring me into that to this moment and getting to be on this court and then do what you did
and the school.
I'm just so proud of these guys and these coaches. When 3 or 4 times we felt like, man,
if it was an easy problem to solve
at Pittsburgh,
I think it would have been solved a long time ago. It's a really complex issue.
It didn't look like a good team, and just the resilience of this team and this coaches for getting us back on track is unbelievable, especially during a time like this.
Players ought to be able to make money off
to be on this team and wear this
jersey. It's not as simple as that.
It's really been a lot of fun, but we want to keep going.
There's a lot of nuance and a lot of things that that need to be considered from all angles. So you don't end up with, like you said, unintended consequences
that are playing in this tournament, women playing in the tournament,
really create
their parents are in the stands. Your father is
so
right there with you every step of the way.
simple as
Just
it sounds. It has to be worked out, and there has to be. I mean, there's got to be checks and balances. But I said that forever. That the NCAA doesn't have a ruling body that's checking and balancing them, and they need that. So, I would like to see a lot of changes happen, but seeing the things that have happened in women's sports and how they've been treated and different things that have gone on, I mean, that obviously needs to change. And, coming from a D3 school, I can tell you that's what I've seen, how a D3 team is treated, and how D3 programs are treated in general. And Dave, you could speak to it, having one. I mean, there's a lot of things that the NCAA needs to work on. And, at the D3 level, there's a lot of work that needs to be done. As a coach at the D3 level, to speak on that, in the spirit of change and in the weight room changes that we needed to see for D1 women's basketball, which was laughable that they had a couple weights and the men had whatever they wanted. For that to change was important. But at the D3 level, we know that your guys practice just as hard. Your guys have to go to school, and they have to practice, and they have to lift, and they have to watch film, and they have to do this, that, and whatever. There's all these things that they have to do that they don't get as much credit for because there's not as much of a spotlight on them. So what can you say about that? Because the world of Division III sports is very different. You can get paid in D1, scholarship wise, you can get a full ride. D2, you can get a full ride. D3, you got to do all the work that a D1 and a D2 athlete has to do, but you don't get paid for it. You don't get covered for it, so to speak. So, you got to go to school and fight your butt off, and essentially you're paying to play. So, what can you say about that, being a D3 coach and understanding the world of a D3 player where they're giving just as much as a D1 athlete, yet they're essentially paying to play the sport that they love? Yeah, I mean, you hit the fundamental difference right on the head. It's it's kids at our level are paying to be in school as opposed to getting a free education because of their athletic talent. So, with that at this level comes, you got to understand that kids need to work a part-time job to be able to be in school sometimes. What
it was going to look like, what it was going to feel like, you got back to this moment and getting to be on this court and then do what you did tonight.
At a Division III school, and you have to be and flexible enough to work with what kids have going on in the outside world. Kids are here for their education, and so at our level, kids are going to take what they need to take academically, and then we'll figure out when we're going to practice around that. At Division I, if you're Syracuse University and coach wants to practice at 2 o'clock, we're practicing at 2 o'clock every day, and you're not taking classes at that time.
Your father is right there with you every step of the way. Just bring me into that story, because so few people will be able to tell the story this way for you. And I know that you have more life ahead and you're fighting for more games, but just what it's like to
Syracuse
go through this with your
University or Duke
father.
or North Carolina or UCLA is quite different resources at
I was never the best player, never the best athlete, but he was always there for me, telling me he believed in me, thought I could be a good player one day, and that's all I needed to hear. And he's always
what we have at a school like MDU Linden. It's a public institution, relatively small public institution, as compared to a NESCAC school with a that they can lean on financially. Those are different things. So, I think you have to, being in the Division III world, that's why I say, it really, it bothers me from time to time to hear people in the Division I world talk with a sense of entitlement. Whether it be amenities or swag or paying the players and whatnot. I mean, Division III kids are getting none of that, and they're playing for love of the sport, and they would change places with those people in a heartbeat in a lot of instances. So, so all that said, I think at every level, we're trying to give, fight for our student athletes, and so in that sense, I totally respect and understand, when folks at the Division I world are fighting for their athletes. So I think it's there's two different ways that you come at it from. One is the entitled sense, and two is the looking to fight for your athletes and your constituents and create the best situation for them, which I totally get and I'm totally on board with. So.
Yeah, so I mean, it's fighting for equality between men and women's athletics, fighting for equality between D2, D3 athletics as compared to D1. It's things that have gone on forever, and I guess people rest in their laurels, right? Things go on, and if nobody says anything, then you just pretend like it's not a bad thing and continue to move. I mean, there's things, and when I was in college, there's things I saw that was wrong. I mean, I remember going into Marywood University, and they said, okay, you're going to do the men's game, and I was like, well, what about the women's game? Because we had double headers all the time, pretty much every game, and I was like, why not the women's game? Oh, yeah, well, we don't usually do it. And I was like, why? Nobody could tell me why. And then, you kind of get a guy that goes, well, and it's like, no, I don't. I mean, you might be sexist, but I'm not. So, and the women's team was better than the men's team when I was there. So I was like, so not only do I want to do both of these games because I don't see a difference, basketball is basketball, and I love basketball, but at the same time, I was like, they're better. They got a shot at the play. And I used to get mad because I would go into the game and sitting in the bleachers, there'd be like half the crowd. And then the basketball game's coming up for the men's team, and the bleachers start to fill up. And I'm like, why aren't you here? But the thing is, some people follow like sheep. So when the world tells you, well, women's sports aren't as important, well, they're not as followed. Nobody likes the WNBA, and they make it a joke. It becomes a normalcy in society, and people start to follow that. And then people start to get raised on that. I was raised around people that watched the NBA and nobody watched the WNBA. And I shouldn't say raised around, it wasn't my parents. I'm saying, like, being in school, nobody talked about it. So the reality to me was I wanted to know why, where other people maybe didn't ask why. They just kind of went, well, if you don't think it's important, then I guess it's not important. And, Dave, that's something that's needed to change. I mean, I talk about D3, and I know some people will smirk and snicker and laugh and go, oh, that's never going to change, Dan. But it's like, well, it's not if I keep my mouth shut and people like you are in power. But you got to say something. You have to do something. And for me to see what life is like, to be in Division III, it really opens your eyes. And it's not okay, but Dave, I feel like this world kind of functions on if something's happened for 50 years, then let it happen for 51, where I'm the type of person where I'm like, if something's wrong for 50 years, we need to change it. I call it the Captain America complex, and I told you, I know we've talked off the air about a bunch of stuff. I know some people will never change, some circumstances will never change no matter what you do, but because you can't control it. But I think what we can control is the discussion of equality, and that equality is for men and women, that equality is from sport to sport, that equality is from division to division. So I guess to put it bluntly, the NCAA's got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I think, in terms of equality between men's sports and women's sports, I honestly think Division III is way ahead of Division I in that regard. With Title IX and budgets and everything, because we're not the huge revenue generating model from this, like Division III, where athletics generates revenue is tuition dollars. At Division II and Division I, like athletics is an expense. In Division III, if you're doing things the right way, it should be a revenue generator for your institution because the kids are paying to be there. So like at our school and pretty much everybody I'm familiar with in Division III, men's and women's basketball are getting treated the same. Baseball and softball are getting treated the same. Men's and women's soccer, men's and women's cross country or lacrosse or whatever. In Division I, the thing that skews that a little bit, speaking quite honestly, is Division I basketball and football pretty much pay for the rest of Division I athletics, men's and women's sports. So you've got, when the type of money that's involved at that level, it comes into play, then you've got the argument between the men's basketball and football folks who are generating the revenue and the folks in women's sports and other men's sports that are fighting for their interests and want to know why they're not getting what the football team's getting. So I think there's that constant tug of war because of the huge amounts of money that's involved at that level. So, and again, like everything we talked about, there's no really easy or simple answers.
No, there's not. And I appreciate, you shedding some light on that. That's, at the D3 level, there is more of a sense of equality. And, at the same time, Dave, I think, going off of that, there's a sense of equality and also a sense of unfortunate, a kind of equality in poor circumstance where, both men's and women's sports aren't getting the respect that they deserve. So, I think there's a lot to be said about where we need to go from here. And I appreciate you diving into it because, I think to help one situation and not the other would be unfortunate. I think to try to equalize men's and women's sports at the D1 level is a great thing, but to forget about D3 would be a poor thing, or vice versa. And I think, we need to, when I seek equality and I seek, people having the same freedoms and rights and all of that, I look to everybody. I look to, because I've seen it. I know that there's not a woman that I think I can call that's played a sport at the collegiate level that's going to say, yeah, I felt great. You know what I mean? Like at the D1 level, I felt great about how I was treated or that it was equal. But then at the D3 level, I feel like everyone equally feels disrespected. So, I think there's a lot of work to do, and I think that discussion needs to be had, but it's people like you that coach within that realm that can help to shed some light and can help to do some good things and can help to treat those players with the respect that they deserve and to stand there, as an administrator and to do everything that you can. And, you can't control what other people do, Dave. We know that we can't change other people, but at the same time, you're only in control of yourself, and what you have done for student athletes has spoken volumes to the people that, it's clear in the special we just had that what you've done for student athletes is coming back to you and they're passing it forward. So we can't change other people. We can't make people do things. We can't make them say things. And, some people in power abuse it or don't care that it doesn't make sense or it's not logic or it's not fair. But what we can and how you have been as a person and how you continue to be has obviously paid off dividends. So in one area where it may have been frustrating, the people that you have raised up in your program are now raising other people up, Dave. So I think ultimately, personally, you're winning the game and you're helping the sports around the world and around the country by what you could control, and I appreciate that.
Well, appreciate the kind words as always. I appreciate the things you put together recently for me and everything. That means a lot, and we're just trying to do what we can to to help the kids that we work with become a little better athletes, and most importantly, a little better young people. So that's really what we have control over. So.
That coming from Dave Pasiak. Dave, Loyola Chicago, Syracuse thoughts, quick thoughts here. I know we got some more of the Sweet 16 to figure out today, but quick thoughts on who you're most excited about. Oral Roberts in the mix. Who are you most, kind of hoping to advance forward from here?
Well, I love how Loyola plays. So the longer they stay in the tournament, the better. I think they're one, like I mentioned early on in the conversation, they're one of the teams that does more than just dribble isolation and high ball screen. I love their ball movement and the way they play. Because I have, being from upstate New York and having so many people that are invested in Syracuse, the longer they stay in the tournament, the more interest a lot of those people take. I think they got a tough break with Rutgers giving that game away yesterday, honestly. I thought if Syracuse was playing Rutgers, I think they would have a great chance to advance. I think they still can beat Houston, but I think that's a lot heavier lift than it would have been had Rutgers kind of held on to that game. But, and I love how Gonzaga plays. Watching them play, I think they're a cut above the rest of the country. And, if the best team wins the tournament, Gonzaga will be the national champion. But the best team doesn't always win college basketball, and that's part of the beauty of March Madness.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, I'm excited to see what's going to happen. The only team that looks normal this year is Gonzaga, so shout out to them for, even in a pandemic, being undefeated and looking like themselves when Kentucky, Duke, and many others do not. So with that being stated, Dave, thank you as always. And it says, and I don't like saying mid and low major because I don't like that they gave them that moniker. So I'll just say Gonzaga made the committee pay for years and years. Then they made them a 1 seed, and they've been a 1 seed really ever since, and for the most part. So shout out to the Zags. It's long overdue, and at some point they'll win a championship, and we'll see if it's this year. As always, Dave, I appreciate you so much, and I look forward to talking with you soon. Thank you for all that you're doing, and save some of the cheddar in the syrup in Vermont for me when I come out there, okay?
Sounds good. Look forward to talking to you again soon, Dan.
All right, take care.
We'll see you. Bye.
That coming from Dave Pasiak once again here on Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora. We'll take a quick step aside for a fast break, and when we come back, Wake Up Call will be bringing you Lakiem Williams coming fresh off of Pro Day, which didn't happen last year at Syracuse, but he got to get that in this year, and we'll talk about that right after this.
Avicoli's Restaurant, located right at the corner of Route 57 and Wetzel Road, is proud to be your local neighbor, growing with you for over 20 years. We're open 7 days a week for lunch, dinner, and drinks. For takeout, delivery, or catering, call us at 315-622-5100. When you order online and use our promo code AVS10, you will save 10% on your online purchase at myavicolis.com. And make sure to join us monthly for our live on-site broadcasts centered around Liverpool athletics. Avicoli's, your local, trusted neighbor right at the corner of Route 57 and Wetzel Road.
Having peace of mind when you're out of town that your furry-loving friend is safe and sound means taking them to Canine Campground, because we all know that when it comes to the love of our pets, it goes well beyond the call of duty to make sure they're safe and sound. Right, Lily? So take a ride to 242 Johnson Street in East Syracuse, New York, and see Canine Campground and where your dog will be staying in the classic cabin, the executive cabin, the grand cabin, or of course the luxury cabin, because if you know Lily, you know she loves luxury. Now you don't have to wait to the last minute to find a family member or a friend that'll take your dog for a few days. Call Canine Campground at 315-299-4013. That's 315-299-4013. Their drop-off and pickup times are Monday through Sunday. Check K9campground.com for more information. That's the letter K, the number 9, and campground spelled with a K.com. K9campground.com.
When you're going out of town, bring your dog to Canine Campground.
Welcome back here to Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora on wakeupcalldt.com, your one-stop sports shop, and on mixlr.com/wakeupcalldtt. DT, proud to be here with you every Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern Time, hanging out inside of the Cafe Kubal studios. Of course, Wake Up Call also here with you on Facebook, facebook.com/live-now-DT, and on youtube.com/wakeupcall-DT, modpozpopcorn.com, bringing you what's poppin'. Dave Pasiak joined us in hour number 1 to speak on all things NCAA tournament. And in hour number 2, we're going from the court to the field with Lakiem Williams, linebacker for Syracuse, who did not have a pro day last year like so many did not have. So he was able to get it this year. Very excited, and hearing about him from family and whatnot through the year, what he's been working on, getting ready, and doing what he can for the next level. So I'm really excited to finally have him come back here onto the show to tell his story. So got some Syracuse football connection here in spring as we're officially jumped into spring, and of course the hopes of the NFL. So let's bring in Lakiem. Lakiem, how you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing good. How you doing, man?
I'm doing well, and Lakiem, I got to ask you, this past year, from really March of 2020 to March of 2021, is when things got different here in Central New York and really in the country. What have you learned over this past year about yourself? And, I mean, really, what has this last year taught you?
Well, I'll say this last year taught me really more that I knew what I wanted to do, and it was only up to me to get it done. I kind of just looked at it like I was back from square one. I was back in my junior college days, and I was just looking for a way out. You know what I'm saying? I was back in the JUCO. You know, nobody was really, you know what I'm saying, trying to get you out. You had to do what you had to do to get those offers. And I was just like, look, it's the same thing, you know what I'm saying, from the beginning. You know, it was never hard from the beginning, so I just never looked like it was going to be easy.
Yeah, you know, and I mean, for you to go through what you went through on the road to Syracuse, and kind of speaking on that a little bit, did you feel like, I mean, even though none of us could be really ready for a pandemic at all, did you feel that the adversity you went through and the tough road that you went through to get to Syracuse almost gave you a more preparation for what's happened recently?
I'll honestly say yeah, because I feel like I wasn't worried. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like I was out here stressing like, oh man, no pro day. You know, I gotta find this, I gotta find that. I was like, nah, I got a good agency. My agent was like, hey, you keep doing what you're gonna do, and we're gonna do what we gotta do, and we're gonna get you on the field. Reminded me of what I was doing at junior college, so I wasn't really, stressing. I just knew it's gonna take time. A lot of things take time, and that's, a lot of people don't like to do that.
And for those that don't know, your first couple of years of playing in college, we're out in JUCO and junior college. Share with everyone, your JUCO college experience, where you work, and what you got to do en route to Syracuse.
Oh yeah, I was over at Butte College. In my opinion, and everyone else's opinion, one of the best JUCO in the USA. Aaron Rodgers went there. We got very high notable alums there, but it was just, high school was high school. I had to go to JUCO. I was out there. I knew that I was that dude. I knew I was going to be a Division I guy and all that. I don't really remember too much of JUCO. I do know I finished I was either number 1 or number 2 in the nation in my position. It was just something that I knew what I was going to do. JUCO was really easy for me.
Yeah, I did
finish. I finished number 2 at linebacker. I had so many offers, but I just stopped posting them on Twitter after a while, and then I remember not even posting my offer to Syracuse. I just committed.
Well, and that's the thing. I mean, coming out of that, like you said, so many different offers and whatnot. What happened that you went the JUCO route initially? What made you go to Butte and then transition to a Division 1A FBS school?
I just went. Growing up, wasn't really on that. Wasn't really knowing I was gonna go play football. I had a lot of different things going on in life, and so once I finally knew I was going to play, I wasn't gonna go to the University of Washington. That was one thing. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna go JUCO and get out of the state of Washington.
So for you to do that and to go on the road and to commit to Syracuse, going back to that moment, hindsight is 2020. The year is obviously behind us as well. What did you learn from making that decision? Would you make it again to come to Syracuse? And what made you choose Syracuse? And then ultimately looking back on it, would you have made the same decision?
Oh yeah, definitely. So I know I was in church, man. It's probably like 7th, 3rd grade, and I actually have like a little letter saying I always wanted to go to Syracuse to play football, but I wasn't really into football like that until high school, and I remember being in JUCO, Clayton Welch. That's one of my real good homeboys, man. And he was like, "Hey, bro, I'm about to go to Syracuse." He went there the year before me, and while they were there, I want to say that, they beat Clemson. He was like, "Hey, bro, we really got a thing going on." And so I remember I stopped my visits from, I was about to go down to Ole Miss the same week. I canceled that one, went to Syracuse, and I just fell in love.
And now, looking back on that time at Syracuse, getting to play for Syracuse in 2018 and 2019, what are the biggest takeaways for you? What can you say about, what it meant to you to be there? What did you learn from it? How did Syracuse make you a better player? What can you say to that?
Oh, yeah, Syracuse let me know. They were like, you can be a great athlete, but if you don't follow what we got to do, you're not going to see the field. And that was something that I honestly felt like it really prepared me for going in it now, because I was always the dude that I didn't have to run the playbook. That teams would put me on the field, coaches would put me out there, and they'll just let me do what I had to do. Syracuse was the first organization that they were like, no, this is a team. You're going to play in the system. I had to be a system player. I had to learn how to play chess, not checkers, and ultimately I felt like that prepared me to be a great player.
Speaking here with sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you didn't hear me?
I heard you for a second and it came out. What were you saying?
Oh, my bad. I was saying ultimately I felt like it made me a better player being at Syracuse. My junior year, I had to sit out. I had to learn the defense. I had to truly learn how to play in the system, not just being the athlete. And then going into senior year, I was more able to, rely on everybody else and just focus on just my job, not trying to do everything else. And I feel like it made me a better player in the end.
That coming here from Lakiem Williams, a linebacker, played out at Syracuse in 2018 and 19, Butte College before that. Here with me following his pro day showcase. When you came into Syracuse, you said that the staff said, hey, if you don't do things our way, you're not going to get on the field. Had you been treated like that before? Did it wake you up? Was it a wake-up call to you? Did it do something for you? Did it, what was that like to hear, like, okay, yeah, you might be talented, but you need to fit in our scheme. You need to do things our way. How did that affect you as a player and a person, and has it made you better?
Oh, yeah. So it definitely affected me because I'm going to be honest with you. I thought they were lying. When I first got to Syracuse, I was like, okay, cool, man. I heard this talk from the Arizona coaches. I heard it from Cal Berkeley coaches, but I have friends that went there, and they're like, nah, but you're going to be able to do you. So when Syracuse was saying that, I was just like, yeah, this is just the pitch they gonna do. But when I got there, they were serious. Specifically 2018, I could have been on that field a lot more, but it was up to me. I had to learn that defense. I was thinking I was just gonna get on the field by using my athletic abilities. And I was on the field, but I wasn't out there enough. If I would have learned the defense, I would have been out there. Probably would have started every game in 2018.
So for you to go, what finally clicked with you? Was it just not being out on the field and being like, oh, okay, they were telling the truth? I mean, was it the literal that, or what was it that kind of clicked with you? Like, okay, you know what? I need to get my nose in this book. I got to learn these plays so I can get out there.
It was more of literally being out there as the games were passing by, and I'm sitting on the sideline. I'm watching the activity go on, and I'm going out there for my few plays, and I was like, okay, I need to make a change. I remember sitting down in the office with the coaches, and I'm being like, hey, what do I need to do to be better? Because I felt like I was preparing myself, but I'm not. They gave me the blueprint they were trying to give me the blueprint since the day I walked in. I just thought I was going to be able to do it off my own. So once I finally took the blueprint into plan, I'll say it was probably like I'm going to say we were probably right around Louisville. So I was like right at the end of the season, 2018. Yeah, we were right around Louisville when I took it serious. Started playing more from there, too. And then going into spring ball, I just knew I wasn't going to let it go.
Did it humble you, Lakiem, that you had to come into Syracuse and play on special teams before you eventually became a starter the next season?
It definitely humbled me. I actually say it damn near changed a lot of things of how I moved. I'm always humble. I'm a very humble person, but I'm cocky. I still am to this day. But it did make me shape how I thought about things because I was definitely feeling different.
And I mean, you have, like you said, you're a humble person, but you're cocky. How do you balance it? Which one wins out more? Where does the cocky show up? Where does the humbleness show up?
I say the humbleness is because I'm really not going to talk to you unless you're a quarterback. I say things to quarterback. That's just how I play. But I usually don't talk trash to people. I just play and I let my emotions through how I play show my cockiness.
And,
I'm a firm believer in, like, you look good, you play good, you feel good and all that. And I just make sure, my body's right. I'm looking good. And if I'm looking good and feeling good, then I'm out there being cocky. I might not be talking, but, you're going to see my gesture, how I'm looking, it's just that vibe I give.
So you have that vibe, you give that off. Where does the humbleness come in?
That humbleness come in because I just know every day, where I started from. A lot of people see what I do, but they don't know the background I put in. Like, I don't really talk to the media. I don't post on social media. I don't really do none of that. But I work all day. Like, this past year, I worked every single day. I was working a full-time job. I was doing school, but I still worked out 3 times as hard. I worked out 4 times a day, 5 times a day. I didn't stop. And that's where I feel like that's me being humble. I don't talk about how many times I work out. I just go do it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of cats be posting this, posting that. I don't post nothing. I just show up right before.
That coming here from Lakiem Williams of Syracuse, played in 2018 and 19. Just came off a pro day. We'll talk about pro day in a second here, but I want to go back to your year in 2019, going from 2018 special teams and getting in on defense a bit to starting all 12 games at middle linebacker in 2019. That's a big transition. So the outside looking in, it's going, where the heck did this guy come from? Because they're not seeing the work you're putting in. They're not knowing that, like you said, I came in and they told me, if you want to get on the field, you need to learn our defense. And you were kind of cocky and saying, I don't need to know, I'll get on the field. So they don't know all the stuff in the background. They just see there wasn't a Lakiem Williams out there, and now he's out there. So for you to make that jump, there's a lot of, hard work, dedication, determination to your craft and to, being part of a team and not just looking out for yourself. Bring me into that jump, because the outside looking in, the fans in the stands just see you out there when you didn't used to be out there that much. For you to start at middle linebacker, you're the Mike, you're the guy. I mean, you are the quarterback of the defense. That's going from, we need you to listen, Lakiem, we need you to follow this, and we need you to trust us, to now you're one of the guys that is leading us out there on the field. I mean, you made a very determined and successful jump. Bring me into that jump.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just say, I got a lot of good people in my corner, man. Like Zaire Franklin, Bobby Wagner, KJ Wright, a lot of vets, man. I train in a good spot. So it was the aspect of coming into my own. It was really more so of, I just listened. I finally stopped trying to do my own thing, and I just listened, man. Like, it definitely took some time. I want to say the whole spring semester, before spring ball, our grad assistant, Trent Green, I was with him every day up in the film room. We watched film. We went back about, I think I watched almost every game of Zaire his junior year, him, Parrish, and the other linebacker. We watched film. We would draw all the coverages up, and I really treated it like I was in school, man. I took it like another class. I would spend about an hour to 2 hours a day just going through film, being on the field. And as the days went on, man, my IQ just kept getting sharper and sharper and sharper. And felt like I was in there like the coaches, just teaching the class.
Yeah, coming here from Lakiem Williams, Syracuse Orange linebacker, alum. We look back at 2019. You started all 12 games, like I said, in middle linebacker. You tied Virginia Tech's Rashard Ashby in the ACC and ranked 26th in the nation in tackles per game with 9.2. So tied to lead the ACC in tackles per game with 9.2, top 26 in the nation, third in the ACC with 110 total tackles, the highest total in the league for a player who didn't have the benefit of playing in a bowl game. You were number 2 in the ACC behind only North Carolina's Chaz Surratt with who had 10.4. You had 9.9 tackles per game in conference play in the ACC. You led the entire Syracuse team in 2019 with 12.5 tackles for a loss. You were second on the team with sacks with 4.5. You tied or led Syracuse outright in tackles 6 times. You posted 5 games with 10 or more tackles in a game. And you brought up Zaire Franklin. You had 15 tackles, including 1 for a loss versus Boston College, which was the first 15-plus tackle game for a Syracuse defender since Zaire Franklin had 17 against Wake Forest 2 years before in 2017. So I would venture to say, Lakiem, that when you went after what you wanted and you focused on it and you did what was asked of you and you worked hard and you had that dedication and determination, that you went from a guy who came in thinking, yeah, I'm going to get out there, to a guy saying, okay, I'm going to do what needs to be done to get out there. I'm going to work. I'm going to listen to these coaches. And then you went out and either led, almost led, tied for leading. Your year in 2019 was phenomenal, which makes me only believe that if you were at Syracuse for 4 years, Lord only knows what records you could have broken, what things you could have done. I mean, I'm looking at this giant paragraph of stat from 2019, and I'm thinking to myself, dang it, Syracuse should have had this guy for 4 years.
Hey, I say that all the time, too. But, this guy's playing, man, so I'm just happy that I was able to do what I had to do because, I trust God and I just believe in his plan.
You said you sat down and you went through film and learned stuff from Zaire Franklin, Jonathan Thomas, and Paris Bennett. Those 3 gentlemen together basically came into Syracuse and started from the second they were there and played next to each other all the way through. With your time at Syracuse and over these last few years, every year it's been kind of a new unit of linebackers, guys moving on with eligibility and whatnot. Kylan Whitner having to step in and, different guys kind of like a guy will flow in and a guy will flow out. And then you'll come in and then a guy comes out. Now another guy comes in. So every year there seems to be a difference. And that happened after the consistency of those 3 gentlemen. What did you learn from those guys? Because to have the 3 of them, let alone to just have one of them, I think would help you out as a linebacker. So what can you say about the opportunity to learn from 3 guys who knew the game, knew the position, and really have been the most consistent linebacker core Syracuse has had in the last few years here?
It was a blessing, man. I'm gonna start with the whole Zaire group and them, because I talk to them boys a lot. I remember hitting up Zaire specifically, and I'm just like, hey, bro, when you seen this, how was you reading that? How was you reading this? I'm not gonna go too much into details. I still kind of use some techniques today, but he was just kind of telling me how I should look at things, and I really started by using those things in practice. And I'll be like, okay, well, I see this tendency right here, so maybe this is gonna happen. Then when it would happen, I'll be like, oh, okay, Zaire, he was right. And then looking back at Guthrie and Whitner, man, that was an awesome group in my mind, man. They were good. They were great players. Whit, man, he was just an all-around technician. And I would say Guthrie was really the brains, man. He reminded me of like Zaire. He knew what was going to happen before it happened. It was good watching him because I think Guthrie gave me my patience, man. He taught me how to let a play develop. Looking at 2018, looking at the film during practice, a quick example. A play would happen, the ball would snap, and boom, I'm already in the line of scrimmage. I'm already blitzing. I already got my head in the nose. when Guthrie, he would sit there and just wait, kind of see what will go on, then he would hit it. Well, we would still make the play at the same point, but it's just the fact that he would be a little bit more patient in the game time, bro, that it just always worked for him. So I was able to see a little patience from Guthrie, that smooth power from Zaire, because Zaire would just hit it. Like, I don't care what anyone says. I would watch him on film and be like, yeah, that dude knew what he was going to go through. He would just hit it, and I just kind of put it together, but put my own flash on it, because I just play different from all the other linebackers. I feel like my style is different from the rest.
Well, you know, and that's the thing. I mean, Zaire, and the funny thing about Zaire is that he had to go through changes in defense, and when he went through that, I said his stats aren't going to, the tape isn't going to show how good he is, because he was in an attack defense, and then it was like a read and react defense after that. And I said, this man deserves to be drafted. He should have been drafted 3rd round. But when he got drafted in the 7th round, I said, he's going to make the team. I'm not worried about him making the roster. Somebody just needed to give him a chance. And then he makes the team 7th round, and people in Indy, I said, if y'all want to know who he is, just call me. I'll let you know. But I feel like they were like, who the heck is this guy coming in, 7th rounder, making the team? Then the next year he's a captain. Like, that's Zaire. I mean, that's what he does. So, you know, and you talk about Guthrie. I mean, Guthrie worked through it. Kylan worked through. Kylan was asked to be a corner, a safety, a linebacker. So, you know, you learned from guys that went through trenches, went through hell, you know, went through changes in defense, changes in coaches, changes in entire staff. So you learned so much. I would imagine that your wealth of knowledge and wisdom from these guys, if you let that seep into you and you listen to what they had to say, from Kylan to Guthrie to Jonathan to Paris to Zaire, Lakiem, I mean, you have a lot in your corner. You have a lot of information in your corner, and you have guys that went through they went through the fire to be born out of it. And I would imagine that has helped you it's made you a better player if you let it.
It definitely did, man. And it only took for me to just listen and understand what they were saying and just ask questions, you know. It was really more like, you know, when you're in school, growing up in school, man, elementary, you don't know what's going on and you're too scared to ask questions. You don't ask questions, you don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
Once I started asking questions and really just like, all right, cool, let me get the grasp of everything, man, it was smooth sailing. It was like the coaches were just like, I remember in spring ball, they were like, dude, what you been doing? Because you know everything. And I was like, that's exactly what I've been doing. I've been trying to get right. And yeah, it's just, yeah, man, I feel like once I fully just was like, took the time to understand the game and just treat it like school, bro. Like, on the field, yeah, I was fine. But off the field, I was like, let me just treat it like another class. And I learned everything, and it was good. Now when I, like Michael, Lee, Marlo, and all them, I tell them boys all the time, like, look, you guys are great players. You're going to play regardless, but the more knowledge you know, the easier it's going to be. And just like how Michael is playing, bro, he's really pulling along.
You know, and that's the thing. And to talk about the future of Syracuse, before we get into your pro day, Marlo Wax coming in, could play linebacker, could play running back. I think Dino said, I brought him in to play running back, and he was like, I want to play linebacker. So Marlo, we've seen him do some good things. We've seen Lee do his thing. I remember Lee getting, I think it was his first sack, and I put it out there, and his family and him and like everybody super supportive of Michael. I mean, from the beginning, just watching him and what he can do and how he's leading the team as a linebacker and interceptions. Like, there's some good guys coming through this defense, and obviously in the draft coming up here, you know, we have Afatu Melifonwu, we have Andre Cisco, Trill Williams. I mean, there's some cats that are coming off of a team that, you know, didn't record-wise it doesn't show, but nationally, I mean, Cisco came into the season leading the nation in active players with career interceptions, and you look at, you know, what the linebacker core, the guys you mentioned, have been doing. What do you think about the future of Syracuse's deep? Well, let me put it to you like this. What do you think about, we'll kind of have to break it down in parts, Andre, Trill, Afatu? Do they all get drafted?
In my mind, they all day one guys to me. But, you know, that's probably me being Syracuse biased. But I feel like they all day one guys, man. All three of them. I even put Nolan in there. I feel like Nolan should get drafted. the way he performed last year.
All right, I feel that. What about the future of Syracuse football? Lee, Marlowe, Michael, and everybody, what do you think about the future linebacker core?
Man, I feel like the future linebacker core at Syracuse is deep, man. They from Michael all the way down to the walk-ons they got, man. I just, I was just out there last week. I had the opportunity to speak a little bit to them. They got a good head on their shoulders. They got good size on them. I feel like they really a group to watch out for these next couple of years. I feel like Syracuse defense as a whole really could be a top 5 ACC defense this season or the next season. I think they really got it to be like that.
So, what happened this year, in your opinion, Lakiem? I mean, you know a lot of these guys. You're around a lot of these guys, teammates with these guys. What happened in a 1-10 season that kind of started with bad footing in North Carolina and continued on? What in your opinion happened this year?
I just feel like, with coach changes and all that, it's just things happen. I can't really speak too much on it because, the first time I wasn't actually in the house to really see what was going on behind closed doors from, what the media doesn't really see. But, it just didn't really look like it was a great year. To me, defense connected on parts. Offense, they just got to do what they got to do. Firm believer they're going to get right. Just got to give them some time, man. New coaches, the O-line, they had injuries on the O-line. What the dude from Florida ain't get cleared. So, I feel like once they be a full team, 100%, no issues, no injuries, everyone's ready to go, they're going to be just like 2018.
That coming here from Lakiem Williams, Syracuse Orange linebacker alum. So, Lakiem, last year, everything goes, like I said, things kind of felt like they started here with Corona in March, beginning of March. That affected Pro Day. It was supposed to be your Pro Day. You didn't get it. So, bring me into that, and bring me into kind of this last year. You didn't get your Pro Day, which is obviously a showcase in the NFL, brings the scouts in, gives you an opportunity to showcase yourself, especially if you're not going to be at the Combine. And so it's a huge day. Every team around the country can do it. So not having it, what can you tell me about that and what that did to you? And then what did that provoke you to do for the past year?
I remember I was it was a week out, 7 days away. I was at the house about to start packing eggs. I think it was either Coach Brewer or Coach Brad. They had called me to let me know, like, yeah, it got canceled. And I was sad. But, I just, I told my agent what was going on, and he was like, it's all right. We're going to find a way. We worked too hard for this. We're going to figure something out. So, once it had got canceled, it was weird, man, because a lot of teams were like, yeah, man, we want to bring you in here, but, without an official evaluation, we can't really do much. So we were like, okay, we're going to try to get a workout. And, I was going to go on with the Texans. And then the Texans had closed their facility down. And then when they opened back up, they just had signed some veterans. And then I was going to go ahead and go to the 49ers. And then they had closed their facility down. And then when they opened up, they signed some veterans. And then we just kind of been on hold since then, but we still been in communication with teams. It was just, the fact of I couldn't really get out there to get a workout, so we were just kind of stuck. And then that would let me to just, I just was like, look, I told my agent, I was like, look, I'm going to keep my body right, because this is what I want to do. You stay on your thing, I'm going to stay on my thing, and when it's time, I'm going to be right. And, it took a year later, but, I was right.
And what did you do? What was your regiment? What did you work on this past year when you said to your agent, you stay on your thing and do what you need to do, talk to these teams, keep in touch with them. I'm going to do what I can control. I'm going to get my body right. What did you do? What did this past year look like for you?
Well, I'm going to start off by saying I created some fake scenarios in my head. I'm not going to lie. I pretended like some coaches said I need to get bigger, I need to get stronger and all that, even though no one really told me to get stronger and faster. I just kind of took it upon myself to do it because I was like, look, I didn't get picked up, so obviously there's something I got to do. But besides that, I train in the best place in the West Coast. FSP, there's no other trainer that's better. There's no other facility that's better. I've been coming here since I was a sophomore in high school, so, I just went back to what I do best, and that's work out, man. Like, A lot of people don't know, bro. I really like to work out. Like, I don't do it just to play football. I do it because I enjoy it. So, like, it was just back in the lab for me. I went through the whole draft process again. I went a whole year of eating clean, no bad stuff, no junk food, you know what I'm saying, no alcohol, no none of that. I was clean on my body, and I took the whole year and I just changed my body. I weighed the exact same from when I was at Syracuse, but I looked different. So, you know, that was just my biggest thing is I want to come in looking different. I want everybody to see, like, yeah, he didn't take a day off. There was no breaks, and that's exactly how it was at Syracuse. Everybody was just like, damn, dude, what were you doing?
And for you to have, like you said, I mean, that is, like you said, you played scenarios in your head that nobody necessarily said anything to you, but you kind of said it to yourself. Like, you need to be this, you need to be that. And, you know, eating clean and doing I mean, that shows a lot of restraint. It shows a lot of focus. It shows a lot of desire. It shows a lot of self-control. Where did all that come from? How did you learn it?
You know, I got a military background growing up from my family, man. So, you know, I say from them, and this is just me, man, from day one. If I want something, I'm going to go get it, and that's just kind of how I'm wired. Nobody was really telling me how to, you know what I'm saying, what to do. This is just me doing it. It's just how I'm wired, bro. I can't really explain that one.
So you have that, and like you said, it's just how you're wired. And people, I mean, there's people out there that mental, you know, that ability to just kind of stay focused and stay poised. Did you ever have a rough moment, you know, in this past year? Did you ever have a moment where you felt sorry for yourself, where you were angry, where you were frustrated? You know, pro day not happening last year. Did you have any of those moments where you just needed to kind of like get yourself back in check, so to speak?
Yeah. I'm human, man. I had that process on draft day. I don't know why, bro, but I feel like I was gonna be the day one guy. Even though I only played 1 year at Syracuse, no combine, everybody. I don't know. I just, you know, had the expectations my name was going to be called during the whole draft process. Actually, I give you a little insight. I was at a beach out here in Seattle during the whole process. I wasn't at home. I wasn't watching it, and I was just gonna be like, "Hey, if I get a phone call, I get a phone call. If not, I won't." And you could believe I was at that beach from the beginning of the draft all the way to the end because I didn't get a phone call. So yeah, I was sad, but you know, I just went back to the drawing board. That very next day, you can ask my trainer, Tracy Ford. I was in there working out. I was working out every single day. Like, I just looked at it like, okay, they didn't give it to me, so now I'm going to go take it. But, you know, I feel like that's the JUCO in me, man. Like, when you come out of JUCO, you know what I'm saying, you have to get it on your own. You really have to grind to get those scholarships. Like, I grind to play football, so I'm not going to stop now.
And I love that. You know, I love the fact that, like you said, you know, it's just if they don't give it to me, I'm going to go get it. I'm going to get after it. I mean, essentially, yeah, last year was supposed to be your pro day, and last year was supposed to be your draft, but you're back here in this very unique year. How does Corona, instead of being negative, how does it turn into a positive? Is it a reset? Do you think that there's, you know, that teams can be looking at guys that are out there? Because I know you said they were picking up vets and whatnot, and some of them closed down their facilities. And you talked about potentially going to San Francisco, and obviously San Francisco struggled at times, I would think, to even field a team with everything they dealt with from Corona to injuries. And I know Evan Foster went out there from Syracuse as well. What can you tell me about what's the glass half full of the past year? Like, how does this past year help Lakiem Williams get to the NFL?
I'll tell you this, man. Every single coach came up to me and literally told me that I made some money during the pro day. They were like, "Look, you did everything you needed to do. We're proud of you." I'm still talking to coaches and texting them back right now. The teams I was really talking to and I was close with during last year, they all double back and was like, "Look, you did your thing, man. You didn't take no day off, and we can see that, and we can tell." And so that was the confirmation I needed. Every team telling me that you did what you had to do. You look good. You look great. You look like you ain't take no days off. That was all the things I wanted them to say. So that was my checklist.
So let's get into those numbers and see what you have. You have some numbers that have come through. There's some numbers that are waiting on being officially announced, so to speak. But what can you tell us of the numbers that you have up to this point?
Yeah, so I got word back. There's a lot of scouts out there that got me with the 4.44 on my 40. On bench, I did 25 on 225. Vertical, I jumped 37.5.
Yeah.
And then the broad jump, I jumped 10.5. And then when we did the position work, I was going with the DBs. I didn't do no linebacker work because a lot of coaches were like, they like how I moved. So they were like, hey, let's see you work with the DBs. So, I did a lot of DB work.
So do you think that the NFL would be putting you in like a safety type position?
Yeah, there's some teams out there that want me in a big nickel role, big safety role. I had some coaches refer to me as like a Jamal Adams type build, but not, not really trying to, go far, like, go all into that, but just more of like a Jamal Adams type dude. He could play safety if we really want to do that, more of a will linebacker. But a lot of coaches, a lot of scouts that really just loved how my body was moving, man. I was out there with Iffy and Trill, and I don't really feel like it was that far off. For my body, of course, I'm heavier than everybody else, but as far as moving on the field, I felt like it was fine.
And what I think is great is, the picture that we have of you doing your vertical, you could see what you've done to work on your body. It's a great shot of what you have. In that moment when you're leaping up and they're watching you and they're checking these numbers and whatnot, did you have a moment at Pro Day? Was that the moment at Pro Day where you just really felt like, you know what, I worked my tail off. I did everything I could this past year. I told my agent I'm going to do what's in my control. I trusted in God. Did you have a moment at Pro Day where you felt like you just left it all out there and genuinely felt like you looked your best, felt your best, did your best? Did you have that?
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you. It was, we were all in there, and it was before we even started the event. As soon as we had to go weigh in, everybody started taking the clothes off. We started stripping down. If you guys would have been in there, you would have seen it, man. Like, I didn't personally take no photos, but I know there's photos out there. But, like, when I took my clothes off, everybody was just like, oh, dang, like, this dude's for real. Like, oh, like, you kind of just asked the people that were there. They're like, yeah, King came in here looking different. And from that moment on, it just filled my body up. I was looking at everybody else, not trying to, say stuff, but I was just like, yeah, y'all don't look good. It's like you don't look like how I look. You know what I'm saying? I work for this. You know what I'm saying? So it was just different attitude, man. I went in there, I just knew I was going to kill it. They gave me it was too long. I had a whole year to prepare. I already knew what I was going to do. It was just a matter of me doing it.
Yeah, coming here from Lakiem Williams, played linebacker at Syracuse, potentially a nickel or safety in the NFL as well. Lakiem, paint a picture. I had the opportunity to go to Pro Day and cover Pro Day for a very long time at Syracuse. Due to Corona, not having one last year, this year we couldn't do anything but be virtual. So paint me a picture. What did it look like? I know you told me about the drills. We're still waiting on numbers from 3-cone and the 5-10-5 and whatnot, and the shuttle and whatnot. But what can you tell me about what it looked like, how it was, and were the NFL scouts there? How many scouts were there? What was the representation like? Bring me in and paint that picture for the fans and what happened.
Yeah, so we went in there. It was just like how it would have been at the combine. Came in the weight room. All the scouts were in there. I want to say it was 31. I want to say all 32 teams were there, but it was. I want to say there was about at least two scouts per team, and it was just professional setting, man. You walked in there, they was all in there with their clipboards on, with their hats on, just like how it be on the little TV shows. And I was like, oh man, they really do it like this. Because I was a little excited too. I was more surprised of what was going to happen than really being out there. But it was just a great experience. They were in there. They were kind of nice. They was just talking to you. And then when it was time to get down to business, we actually got down to business. It wasn't like we was in there playing around. The coaches, they wanted to see specific things. They didn't want to have to talk over you, or they didn't want to have to explain the drill 2 or 3 times. They wanted to explain it, see you do it, move on to the next drill. And it was a blessing, man. It was finally being able to go out there and do it. looking back on it now, I'm happy, man, because when I was down there, I was just like, I was ready to get it over with. Not really get it over with, but I was ready to get out there and perform.
Yeah.
And just like showcase my abilities and everything. And I wasn't really like at like looking at it from like, oh wow, I'm actually here. I was looking at like, nah, I'm ready to kill it.
So for you to see actual representation, you know, Will Hicks, incredible historically for getting like almost every team there. And then there were years where that didn't happen. To see so many representatives around the NFL, like you said, almost every team, if not every team, a couple scouts from each team. When you're looking around and you're seeing Jets, Bills, Jaguars, Cowboys, Bucks, you know, this, I mean, what did that do for you to see that, you know, here's the NFL, here's the scouts, here are these people that are going to go back to these teams. Like, this is real life. This is happening. These logos are here. These teams are here. They are looking at you. What can you say to that effect of it all?
Man, it's funny that you asked me this question because, like, I didn't really think about it like that until it was over with. And I was just like, dang, because, you know, I ain't going to lie. My favorite team is Dallas Cowboys. And one of the dudes I was doing our position work, you know, he was the scout for the Cowboys. And I remember talking to my girlfriend. I was like, dang, man, the dude from the Cowboys was the one that was putting me through all the drills now. And she was just like, ain't that something? Like, it could be a little sign or something. So, you know, it was very intuitive. Like, it was something that it just made me feel like a lot of the hard work didn't go to waste, man. Because, you know, just being able to be there, because, like, when you work out every single day, you with your trainers, that's one thing. But, you know, when you get in that room, and like you said, it's nothing but, you know, Jets, Packers, Bills, Broncos, this, that. I was just like, oh, yeah, it's time to perform. You know, it didn't scare me. It just let me know, like, yeah, you want it, so here it is.
And if I'm an NFL team and I'm sitting here right now in front of you and I say, Lakiem Williams, I got a bunch of linebackers, safeties, nickels, whatever I'm looking at. Why? I got vets out there. I got guys in the draft. Why do I sign you? Why do you not fall through the cracks? Why do I bring you onto my team? What is so special about you that I need to have you when there's thousands of guys trying to make it? What would you say to me?
Hey, I told him, because look, I'm a heavy hitter, hard worker dude that plays multiple positions, and I feel like I'm one of the best athletes out there. Just have to be given the opportunity to perform. But I told him, I told every single scout, I said, look, I know I played 1 year at Syracuse. Look at what I did. All I need is the opportunity to be on the field, and I promise you I won't come off the field. I'm a firm believer in that. As soon as I get on the field, I won't come off. I just got to get out there.
Did you get to talk to anybody specifically? Was there an interview session? Were there teams that pulled you aside? What besides the drills you had to do and, you know, the position work and whatnot, what else happened?
I like literally talk to every team. I talk to every single one. Yeah, I talked to every coach. Everybody that was there, I talked to them.
And what were those like? Was it a rapid fire type of situation? Did you get to spend more time with certain places? What was the interaction like with the teams?
Yeah, I say spent most time with the Seahawks. We were just kind of talking about, you know, what was going to go down. Like if COVID didn't happen last year, they had me on their boards and everything. They were telling me they was going to bring me in and all that. You know, just the typical talk. And now we talking about more of just, you know, putting something together for now. Doing that with them, a couple of of course, the New York teams. You know, the New York teams loved it. I just feel like, you know, that's always going to be huge. But yeah, I don't know, bro. Ever since last year, it's a new thing. I don't really talk about it until after it happens. But we actually had long talks with about 5 teams. Talked to the rest of them. They still texting me right now, so I'm still kind of doing everything. Missed a couple phone calls yesterday because I was on a flight. So I got to get back on them today. But yeah, man, I'm actually excited. My agent's excited. And yeah, I feel like I'm going to be on the NFL roster this year. Of course, I mean, like, I had like every CFL offer. But like I said, a while ago, I just kind of turned them down, or I was just like, nah, I'm gonna just wait until the NFL team tells me no, because without a proper pro day, I didn't want to really sign nowhere.
Right. And you deserve that. And so many student athletes had that taken away from them, which was insane. And so for you to finally get that, Lakiem, did you feel vindicated that a year later you got a pro day, all the teams are there, you talked to them all, like you said, you had extensive conversations with 5 of them. Like, do you feel like you got back what you lost? Do you feel cheated at all as a student athlete still? Or do you feel like the path has kind of been righted, so to speak?
Nah, the path is written, man. You can't really expect COVID to happen, so you just have to do what you had to do. Have to keep working. But I feel like since I was finally able to showcase myself at Pro Day, everything's good. Now I feel like it's more up to me now. If I don't do it, it's not because I didn't have this. You can't blame nobody but yourself. I did my Pro Day, so now I feel like I could take full responsibility for everything. I don't gotta be on no Pro Day last year, so I couldn't really do this, couldn't really do that. But no, now I'm comfortable 100%. I feel like everything should be fine.
That coming from Lakiem Williams. Lakiem, 2 final pieces. One of them has to be your picture on Facebook. Where did the grills come from? Do you wear them a lot? Do you keep them in? What inspired it? What's going on? I got to ask you. I saw the gold teeth. I got to ask you about them.
Yeah, man, I've been having goals, bro, from like 8th grade. It's just more of a me thing. My dad got gold teeth in his mouth, so I probably was trying to copy him. But that's just kind of my little style, man. Not too many of my homeboys wear them, but I feel like I'm the one that wear them all the time. They be on me. I got them in right now.
Now, so I mean, what is the cost of the mouth, so to speak? Like, how much does the mouth cost? I mean, is it full? I mean, is it all the way through? I mean, what are we talking about money wise in the mouth right now?
I only got like 3,000 in my mouth. I ain't gonna lie to you. I have bought these. It was actually one of my presents. I needed me a new pair as soon as I got into Syracuse. I was telling myself I lost my second set when I was in JUCO down there in San Francisco, and then once I got into Syracuse, I was like, yeah, let me go ahead and get a new pair. So when I got me a new pair, I had to go get the 22 karat rose gold. And it was only $3,000. It wasn't too expensive.
Yeah, only $3,000. Only more than like an engagement ring. But that's cool. Like, do what you got to do. You engage yourself. I like it. But so the last piece for you, Lakiem, is to flip the script. You as an athlete, you don't get to ask the questions. You're usually sitting up there answering them. You've answered them today, in an amazing way and painted a really cool picture of your story, which I appreciate here on Wake Up Call inside the Cafe Kubal studios. So I'm going to flip the script, and normally I give like 3, but I'm going to give you a bonus. You can ask me any, because I know that number 4 is the picture that I have up here. So you can ask me any 4 questions in the world. They could be football, sports, or literally you can ask me about anything. I've had crazy ex-girlfriends, Lakiem. You can ask me about them. So 4 questions, anything you want. I'm going to let you be the one to run the interview for the last part of it that we have here today, since I don't think players ever get to do it. So when you're ready, go ahead.
All right, yeah, here's my first one. You prefer Syracuse football or Syracuse basketball? Ooh.
I love how you asked the question, and before I could say anything, you went, ooh. You reacted like I did. But, man, that's tough. I mean, I grew up playing pickup football, just kind of like in the church parking lots or whatever. So, like, I love both of the sports. I respect both of them. It is extremely hard for me to choose because I've played them both. So, I don't know, man. I'll put it to you like this. I have been to a ton of games growing up, and obviously I cover them both. So, I've been around them both my whole life. I'll tell you, I love the atmosphere of a basketball game, but I'm pissed off that same atmosphere doesn't exist in a football game. And I think that football players such as yourself in the orange and blue deserve better. So I don't think I'd be the right person to choose because I'm more of an advocate of telling the 35,000 people from a basketball game to come to a football game and tell 15,000 of their friends to come with them.
I feel you on that.
Okay. What's your second?
So how long have you been broadcasting?
It will be 18 years in November.
Dang, this is going to go into my third one.
Okay.
What led you to do that? That's how I really want to start with that one.
Okay.
But basketball, I've been watching a lot of Syracuse basketball lately.
Yeah, and they've been doing great. And I picked them to go to the Sweet 16, so all them bandwagon people can enjoy their day. But I actually have it written on my paper. So, and I think they can beat Houston. And I said that when I was making my bracket. Even though Houston's the number 1 rebounding team in the nation. North Carolina's the number 2. Syracuse defeated the number 2. We'll see if they can defeat the number 1. But to answer your question, what made me get into it, I've been a storyteller my whole life. I started writing stories on my dad's word processor, which was like a glorified typewriter that had a little screen. And I started writing stories on it. And I would just sit at the kitchen table and type on it. So I would tell you I've always been a storyteller. That goes to my music. It goes to my broadcasting. It goes to my stand-up. It goes to my screenwriting. So links them all together. I really believe in bringing good to the world. I believe in connecting people. And I think, like you said, I would like to believe, hopefully, I make a unique mark on athletes and coaches and, people in this world that that I'm different. Because I always say I'm a 0.1%er. I actually care about the players and I care about the coaches and I care about your story and I care about who you are, whether you play or you do something. I mean, you'll be on my show for as long as you want to be, no matter what you do in your life. And I think that separates me from the 99.9% that just wants to find a story and tell it or switch your words around and make it a headline. And so I would tell you I'm a storyteller. I would like to think I'm different. I know that I work hard to be. I hope it gets through to people like yourself. And, I care. I want to make the world a better place. And I've always believed that I could make people feel better. I can make them laugh. I can help people to feel safe and comfortable and appreciated. So I wanted to share that with as many people as I could for the grace of God and hope that at the end of my life I made the world better than I came.
You definitely do.
Thank you for that.
Definitely.
I appreciate that. What's your last one for me?
I'm going to go back to the basketball.
Okay.
How do you feel about the girls' basketball? How far do you think they're going to go?
Women's basketball team, I love Coach Q. We're very close. We've been close for a long time. I didn't realize how much respect Q had for me because I'm looking at him I appreciate him and what he's done, but the way he has treated me was like we were friends from day one. So, and Q and I are very much close off the court. So I got a lot of respect for Q. And I would tell you that this women's team is a force to be reckoned with. I love the fact they went to their first Sweet 16, first Elite 8, first Final Four, first championship game, all in the same year. And I was flying that year. So I remember being in the airport. I forget what airport I was in. I might have been in, was it Atlanta? I might have been in Atlanta. But I remember sitting at an IHOP or something like that, watching the women's game, just sitting there trying to catch up on everything and see them play. And so definitely follow them through. I mean, they got to play UConn. That game is this Tuesday, March 23rd. Obviously, UConn is a 1 seed, and Gino Auriemma is who he is, and it's really tough. And that's the only team that stood in the way of Syracuse winning a national championship that year. They made history. So I hope Syracuse plays them tough. I hope they beat them. I know that Q and the women have the capacity to do it. And so I know UConn is who they are, but, Goliath has fallen to David historically many times. So I never bet out Syracuse. I believe in Syracuse. I will watch them till, I will root for them till the last second of this season, and then immediately the next day I'll root for them next season. So to answer your question, A lot of respect for Q, love Q, and I believe in them. And I don't think there's anybody that dresses better than him. We actually did a show where he came out and he dressed me for the day, and it was one of the coolest things we did. So yeah, I mean, Q is the truth, and I told him, I said, man, the fact that they let you walk so far out onto the court that you basically are like eating popcorn from the other coach's bench is pretty cool. So yeah, I mean, kind of like his own character in the world of sports, which I think makes it truly special, and he wins and he recruits well, and he's got a good coaching tree. So to answer your question, I don't bet against him. I hope the best for him, and I love him. I love Q, and I respect him and Von Reed and Tammy that came from there, and Odney and everybody. So it's always fun to watch, always exciting, and I hope for the best.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I feel you on that.
So are you a Q fan? You a women's basketball fan too?
Oh yeah, I feel like I'm just full out Q's now, man. Every sport.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like once I left Syracuse, it was just like, man, I can't really watch no other team but Syracuse. I'm not going for them.
I feel that coming from Lakiem Williams, and I would suggest that every fan from every sport with Syracuse and beyond put some prayers out there, send some love and some blessings this man's way, because he has an opportunity coming up here with an NFL season on the brink, 2021 and 2022. We are on the precipice, the horizon of this season. So, Lakiem, thank you for your time at Syracuse. Thank you for your time now. I respect that so much, and I would tell you that I want to follow you through this as I followed your journey before. Would love to have you back on, and when things come out and you get information and word comes in, you got my number. Text me, let me know, and I will be more than happy to continue to tell your story.
Hey, yes, sir, I will do. Thank you, and I appreciate you for having me on here, man. It was a great time.
Yeah, man. So enjoy yourself. Go make them phone calls. We've been on for a bit, so get back to your phone calls. Take care of them grills, and I'll talk to you soon.
Yes, sir. Have a good one.
All right, take care. That coming from Lakiem Williams, and God bless to him, and appreciate having him here on the broadcast as always. So a lot of great stuff, and much appreciation to Lakiem for him being a part of the show today. We'll take our final step aside of the broadcast. Great content from Lakiem and from Dave today. Just fantastic all the way around, which is why we go past 2 hours pretty much every show. So we'll take a step aside for a fast break and wrap it up right after this.
Carvel DeWitt, it's what happy tastes like. Do you know why? Because we make ice cream. Creamy, rich, flavorful ice cream. Not yogurt or iced milk like some of our competitors. Ice cream. Fresh, by hand, daily. For the calorie conscious, we have something new for you. Our new Carvelite. Same great flavor, creaminess, and texture of our regular ice cream with only 35 calories an ounce. So whether you want an ice cream cake, flying saucer, dasher, carvalanche, hard or soft ice cream, we will satisfy your craving with our fresh, handmade regular or new Carvelite ice cream. Carvel DeWitt. It's what happy tastes like.
Cafe Cabal offers same-day local delivery of our products, offering no delivery charge for Onondaga County. Shop cafecabal.com for fresh roasted coffee beans, cold brew, travel mugs, and all your essential Cafe Cabal needs. Cafe Cabal, coffee for the soul.
The Wildcat Sports Pub in Camillus, New York is located on 3680 Milton Avenue in the Home Depot Plaza. It is your family-friendly sports bar and restaurant. Folks, some sports bars aren't family-friendly. Some family-friendly restaurants are not sports bars. The Wildcat Sports Pub in Camillus, New York is proud to be both. It is that marriage that you've been looking for years. The Wildcat Sports Pub is your home base for your sports bar and restaurant needs, games for the kids, indoor and outdoor activities, and enough things on the menu to come back every single week and get to try something new. They're open Sundays from noon to 8 p.m., Monday through Wednesday 11 a.m. to 11 p.m., and Thursday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to midnight. For reservations and party information, call 315-487-2222 for the Wildcat family-friendly sports pub and restaurant.
Cafe Cabal Mobile Cafe brings the cafe experience to you. We'll roll out to your neighborhood or office, ready to serve our locally crafted espresso bar to our loyal patrons. Inquire at cafecabal.com. Cafe Cabal, coffee for the soul.
Ma and Pa's Kettle Corn and Popcorn Factory, located on 201 7th North Street in Liverpool, is home to over 40 flavors with more than 200 flavors in their total wheelhouse. Sky's the limit for this sweet and savory Central New York company. Keep it local at your parties, fundraisers, wedding showers, baby showers, and more by calling 315-450-MA-PA. That's 315-450-6272 for popcorn bars with custom flavors and colors at your upcoming event. Make sure to visit them on 201 7th North Street in Liverpool, New York. And for more information, go to maandpazsnacks.com. Ma and Pa's Kettle Corn and Popcorn Factory. How corny are you? The Millhouse Market, located on 3790 New York 13, is worth the drive every time. Make sure you make your way out to the Millhouse Market. But before you do that, Tuesday through Sunday, because they are closed on Mondays, make sure that you download their app on the Google Play or Apple App Store. Where you get the Millhouse Market app, you will get contactless pay and their entire menu at your fingertips, from their homemade breads and desserts, also to their salads, their quinoa bowls, rice bowls, brick oven pizzas, and so much more, including their sandwiches that are named after the families that helped to settle today's Pulaski. Ingrained in our community and ingrained in our taste buds, they are the difference, and that's why they are worth the drive every time. With the drive-thru open Tuesday through Sunday, as well as the Bistro restaurant open on the weekends for you, and the general store with local products from local companies open Tuesday through Sunday. Their hours are 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., Tuesday through Saturday, and on Sunday 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. Head out to the Millhouse Market today to support local and support people who are constantly working to help out our community in so many different ways, reaching out in one of the most troubling and tough times, and expanding, excelling, and rising through the storm. That's how you know they truly are something special. The Millhouse Market, 3790 New York 13 in Pulaski, New York. Worth the drive every time. With that being stated, I want to thank my guests inside of the Cafe Kubal Studios, Dave Pasiak and Lakiem Williams, giving me tremendous stories. Lakiem giving me insight into his pro day and everything he's done in the past year and his career from Butte College to Syracuse and beyond, and asking some great questions at the end. Hopes to the NFL. 32 NFL teams. You got this, man. Put him on your roster. Dave Pasiak, thank you so much to Dave, showing the discrepancy of Division III sports and Division III and II versus Division I, coming off of, obviously, the discrepancy between men's and women's sports in D1. So, a lot of great conversation talking about Loyola Chicago, the wrongful seeding of the NCAA by these teams, which has created these positions, and shout out to the best teams winning, Oral Roberts, Syracuse, all these double-digit seeds winning these games, as well as Ohio. North Texas has done it, and Loyola Chicago being an 8 seed, totally disrespected. So definitely appreciate my conversation with Dave and his expertise in the world of sports and with the NCAA and basketball and so much more. And so thank you to him for that. And so with that being said, I want to let you all know, as we've gone later here, we're in just a couple minutes, We're going to be back on Facebook Live with Reese's Pieces with Tammy Reese talking about women's sports and what needs to change. Tune in live Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Facebook.com/LiveNowDT, YouTube.com/WakeUpCallDT, and on MixLR.com/WakeUpCallDT, as well as WakeUpCallDT.com, where the live feed of MixLR is embedded. Once the shows go live, you can find them on YouTube as well immediately, Facebook immediately, MixLR immediately, and on Stitcher, Spotify, TuneIn, iHeartRadio, iTunes, and Apple Podcasts, and Podbean by searching Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora. And I want to thank all of our partners in this community of Central and Upstate New York that do an incredible job. Cafe Kubal, Carvel DeWitt, the Wildcat Sports Pub, Avicoli's. Go to myavicoli's.com and use the promo code AVS10. Canine Camp Dog Daycare, Chick-fil-A Cicero, Honda City of Liverpool, Pizza Man, Canine Campground Dog Boarding, the Millhouse Market, and Ma and Pa's Kettle Corn and Popcorn Factory. Go to maandpaspopcorn.com and use my promo code for in-store pickup and delivery, DT20. If you use it at maandpaspopcorn.com, you get 20% off by using my promo code DT20. So make sure you do that. For now, from the Cafe Kubal Studios, Wake Up Call has plenty coming up, including Chris McKenzie and Jacob Hill from Syracuse Football History, Marywood's Giving Day, the Ingredients to Success brought to you by Avicoli's, the Annoying Moment of the Week brought to you by Carvel DeWitt, Lead with Juanita Ward brought to you by Chick-fil-A Cicero, the Top Dog of the Week announcement brought to you by Canine Camp Dog Daycare and Canine Campground Dog Boarding, and a bunch of other great stuff that you're just going to have to wait and see. Find us on Facebook at Wake Up Call DT, Twitter at Call DT, and Instagram at Wake Up Call _DT. And as always, God bless, no stress, do your best. Be good, y'all. Take care of each other and be good to yourself. Welcome here to Wake Up Call with Dan Tortora on wakeupcalldt.com. I said, what's up, widow? What's up? What's up, widow? What's up? I said, what's up with the bung, bung, bung? What's up with the bung, 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 bung?
What are you doing?
and she called me during the show, so that's why I couldn't answer her. They called me multiple times, and I was like, okay. I got a little yeah. Okay. Hi, my love. Why are you so sad? Okay. Me, I'm just done in the hype. Me, I'm just done. Why are you not working? I feel like Jules Santana. Legs hanging out the fan. I hate the Goofy especially. They gotta go, they gotta go, they gotta die. What's up, boobies? Come on! What baby? Good girl. How do I know? Man, I'm just done in the hype. Jim D'Elia of Peaceman, where I did bracket them down, ironically. But Loyola Chicago and Syracuse, I believe that Loyola can get out of this. I believe Syracuse can get out of it. I also cover the American and I cover Houston. Houston is the number 1 rebounding team in the nation. Syracuse beat the number 2 rebounding team in the nation, North Carolina, in the second last game of the regular season. But having played Houston, we got it out. And then Loyola Chicago being here, like, it's so hard for me because I want Sister Jean, and then I want to see my hometown as a fan. And so I'm like, how do I bet against the woman that acts like my one grandmother, looks like my other grandmother, and is just a friggin' queen? And I said, you don't bet against Sister Jean. There's, you know, you can say this as a coach. You can coach all you want, work out all you want, train all you want, look at everything you want on film. But the spirit of a team and the inspiration of a team can be seconded by nobody. And Sister Jean, to anybody that knows anything about God and love and reality, when you saw them get in the tournament, the mindset in my head was, listen, this team is going to win some games because of her. They're going to play because this 101-year-old fan that loves them so much is sitting there in the wheelchair. When they look over, she's going like this to them. Like, you can't underestimate that as a coach. I mean, speak to that spirit and inspiration. You said that on the run to the championship game. You told those girls, like, you guys got to believe you can do this. There is no substitute and there's no amount of work that can take the place of spirit. exciting. So I'm like, she reminds me of like my grandmother being in the stands. My grandmother looking at me and go, look at me. I don't care what anybody says. You look at me. And when I told her, so I said, Grandma, I'm going to the game. I turned the game on for her. And I would go. She said, you're going to the dome? I said, yeah. She goes, wear something so I know where you are. She goes, wait. And she would always sit and watch the game. Look, I didn't see I'm looking for you. And, so I mean, to me, there's something about Sister Jean that I didn't deny when I started this, filling out the crack. And there's something about Syracuse that I was denied as well. And then Syracuse Houston matchup was one of the hardest things for me to decide because I respect Houston, I respect Syracuse, so there's a lot to be said. But push comes to shove. If it's Loyola Chicago and Syracuse, the world has won. If you put Gonzaga on the other side, and one of these, if Loyola Chicago or Syracuse makes the Final Four and Gonzaga's on the other side of it, I'm like, God, it was worth a year wait. That's all I have to say. full beard that never shaved. And I'm in this Catholic school, and you couldn't even have like a shadow. And I had like full hair, brown hair on my face. And this kid walks up to our vice principal, Marcus Salvo. He was really strict. And he was always nice to me, I was always nice to him. And so I walked by him, nothing. This kid George comes up, and George starts talking, and George has like some peach fuzz, and George got in trouble. And so he got in trouble before or whatever, hanging out with some kids. And so he's talking to me, looking in my eyes, full beard. And he goes, oh, George, and I'm wondering, like, is he going to give him attention? And he's like, George, nice to see you. Talks to him for a bunch of minutes, and he goes, by the way, you need to shave, so go get a razor, and I'll see your attention. And he goes, Dan has a full beard. He has a full beard on his face. And Mark looks right at me, and he goes, oh, punch it out. Have a good day, man. And he walks away. And I was like, so it's like those moments, but like I did that through Catholic school my whole life. I was buzzing in my ears, calling my name, calling my parents, going, what's the score? My parents going, are they letting you watch the game? Like, you live in Syracuse, how could this teacher, and if you were on the list of teachers that didn't let you watch the Syracuse games, like, that list was a list of, like, when God comes for the second time, those people are on that. You know what I mean? Like, there's some trouble. through and it hits, and I'm like, there he is. So he always comes through. And Syracuse, let's take that non-Gino oriented econ and show them what's work. I want to see that. Especially now with everything these kids have been through. She got a juicy purr. All right. Understood, no problem. Okay. So, let me... Michael Newman, your home CNY Realty. Okay, print it out. Let's go. What the hell is happening? Why are you downloading as a PDF? I'm asking you to print. that's not some demon or something funny here. So, anywho, so things, so we talked about it yesterday, we talked about it at length, and she was really respectful and really kind and really nice about it, which I did not get from anybody else, nor did I anticipate. And I told her, I said, I really liked talking to you, and like the way that you treated me with this, and you didn't disrespect me, and like thank you for that. So we kind of went over it, and she was like, I want to get married at the Catholic Church, obviously. In order to do that, I think you would have to have an element. And she goes, I'm in no way like trying to push you saying we're getting married tomorrow, but she's like, I obviously like talking to you. She's like, every time we talk is like an adventure. I love that you listen. I love, she watches my show. She loves how passionate I am. What? So I have a joke about things too. But yeah, so she's like super, she just like said, like, I see us progressing forward and potentially at like a rapping pace. So she said, in that respect, like, I have to be honest with you that like I need that, because technically in the eyes of the church, you're still a married man. So somebody needs to tell Dave. So all of that. And we kept talking, and then she goes, I love this. She said, we just had a really serious conversation about stuff that I'm sure is really hard for you to talk about. And after all of that, we're on the phone and joking like we usually do having this time, like just being us. And then she said, do you like breakfast for dinner? And I was like, yeah. And so she goes, okay, I think, we make, your world makes pancakes. And so, like, let's make chocolate chip pancakes together and use those exact same ingredients. And, like, I'll use, like, the ingredients you have, and then, like, I mix in her stuff. And so we made pancakes together. We FaceTimed for the first time. Made pancakes. My new phone with no case on it fell behind. I got a raw dog iPhone 12. It fell behind my stove, and I thought my stove was built in. It falls behind my stove, and you hear this like crash, 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 crash. And I was like, oh my lord, oh god.